Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Antidotum Airshow Leszno, one of my personal favourite air shows in the world. It is the first training day here in Leszno. You join us for the first practice session, and just starting its practice display now, we have a TS11 Iskra. We'll get that on camera for you very shortly. We are a reduced team at the moment. We've got it's about half of our team actually in a car driving over from Poznan Airport at the moment. So hopefully, as the afternoon goes on and we multiply in numbers, then we'll start to up the complexity of what we're bringing to you. But I'd like to introduce the man sitting beside me, who has travelled probably further to this show than almost anyone else here today. Luke Carrico, airshow commentator from the United States. Luke, what brings you to Leszno?
I tell you what, innovation brings me here this weekend. Heard a lot about this event from overseas. Really appreciate the efforts they put in for their flying displays, integrating pyrotechnics, other production elements. We've been sitting here listening to the band spool up as well. Really looking forward to what's going to be a pretty magnificent show that certainly has made a lot of headway even in the United States in terms of the air show world. So very excited.
Yeah, it's quite a remarkable show, and attempting all sorts of interesting things over the next few days here in Leszno, and I'm not going to reveal what all of them now, but we are expecting to see, for example, a rather interesting helicopter stunt that has not been attempted, certainly at a public event, for something like 50 years, perhaps even more. So we've got a practice session currently underway, and we'll be bringing that live action to you over the next probably around 5 hours or so. And among the aircraft that we are expecting to see, we've got that helicopter stunt coming up very shortly, a Bolko Bo 105, and also a SZD 59 Acro. And then following that, I'm not going to reveal what they're going to do. We'll find out in a few moments' time. We're then going to have Team Phoenix from the French Air and Space Force, Slovenian PC-9, the Polish Hercules. We're perhaps expecting to see 2 practice displays from that. We've got the Leszno debut of the M346 Bielik from the Polish Air Force, a Corsair from Flying Legends in Germany, aerobatic team Orlik, the SK.60 from the Swedish Air Force, the Flying Bulls with a pair of Alpha Jets, and the Tiger demo team, also from the Polish Air Force, flying with an F-16. So it's almost full air show here in Leszno this afternoon, and we're really looking forward to bringing the action to you. Luke, what catches your eye?
I'll tell you, I think particularly looking at the flying display, there's a lot of unique assets displayed here for the weekend. I'll tell you, for one item for at least the weekend is, of course, the SK.60 from the Swedish Air Force. Had the chance to see that fly at Riyadh last year, and it was just marvelous. This is going to be one of the last, if not the last, opportunities to see this airplane.
Yes, this will be the final air show at which to see the SK.60, and I agree. For me, that was the highlight of Riyadh last year, and it won the King Hussein Memorial Sword for the most polished and precise flying display. Quite obvious to see why. And what really sticks in my memory is the quarter rolling circle. I don't think I've ever seen a jet fly a partial rolling circle before.
I would also say the Polish C-130 Hercules here, I think, is certainly a staple of this air show here in Leszno, particularly with the flare drop that we'll get the chance to see both tomorrow and Saturday night. But I know they'll be running through, as you mentioned, maybe 2 rehearsal profiles as we prepare for what's also going to be their daytime display.
Yeah, so the Polish Hercules flying 2 displays here at Leszno, and the first of those is a relatively conventional. I say conventional. It's very exciting as Hercules displays goes, but it is, in terms of format, a conventional solo demonstration, and we'll see low passes with the ramp down, and we'll see some steep approaches and operational manoeuvres such as that. But then there's also a short night show, which is only going to last around about 3 minutes. But my goodness, they're going to pack a lot of flares into that 3-minute performance.
And speaking of flares, of course, joining us for the weekend is the Polish Air Force F-16 Tiger demo team. And it's my understanding, Adam, that they'll be implementing, at least as part of the show, a 2-seat D model for the purpose of flares, right?
Yes, so the D model F-16s can carry twice as many flares as the standard single-seaters. That's because they have an additional flare dispenser on the top surface of the aircraft, just behind the trailing edge of the wing. So you'll see at certain points in the display flares actually firing upwards from the top of the aeroplane, which is quite a bizarre sight.
But certainly fitting for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a show that has really pioneered some of the night show concepts that we now enjoy across Europe. Now, I did see a comment in the chat, someone saying, I'm guessing military jets don't land on that airfield. Well, the answer is yes, that's correct. Military jets don't land here. We have had jets operated by civilians landing here in the past, and that included an L-29 Delphine last year. I don't think we're expecting to see that this weekend. Also, a bit of conversation going on about the two Warbirds that you might have just seen in shot, as they weren't doing a practice display, they were just arriving as we started the stream. That was a P-51D Mustang Francis Dell and an F4U Corsair from Flying Legends over in Germany. The Corsair, this notable airshow appearance for that, because this is its first flying display appearance in its new ownership, and it is not an aeroplane that we see on the circuit very often. So we are waiting for the special helicopter stunt, and I'm going to say no more about it for the moment, but I'm wondering if Ian can pick up over to the right-hand side of us Guy Westgate in the SZD-59 Acro, who is preparing for this spectacle. The time that we are hoping to see that is 16:20 local. This glider, I should add, is one that has been modified specifically for this air show with smoke system on the wingtips. That was implemented just for this event, and the modifications were done over the last few days. The level of effort and thought that goes into curating every detail of this show is simply extraordinary.
It's my understanding, Adam, that this particular display that we'll have the chance to see has been in the works for upwards, we were speaking earlier, 4 years?
Yeah. A huge amount of effort has gone into this. That has included a training camp in Poland last year. We actually came quite close to being able to perform this at Antidotum Airshow Leszno last year, but there were some last-minute regulatory stumbling blocks, but it has all come together. We actually saw a practice display earlier today, and my goodness, it's quite a surreal sight. But I'm so pleased for the team. I know Guy really well, and this has been a passion project of his for a very long time. It's been the last thing on his glider flying bucket list for many, many years, and I'm delighted on his behalf that it's all come together.
Guy, of course, a very innovative pilot himself, flying with Aerosparx, and of course they'll be part of the lineup this weekend as well, as part of the night program. Yeah,
we'll be seeing Aerosparx flying with his flying partner Rob Barsby, 2 Grob 109s. Rob hasn't arrived yet. Guy's Grob 109 is parked up show rear. We can't actually see it from our camera and commentary position, but it is here, and Rob, I strongly suspect, will be arriving at some point this evening, probably quite late, because it takes a good 11 hours or so to get to Leszno from the UK in a Grob 109. They're not fast aircraft, cruising speed of around about 90 knots on a good day, and then of course depends on what the wind is doing. The wind can have a big impact when you're flying that slowly.
Adam, while we have some time as we prepare to see the next performance, I don't want to get too far into it, Adam, because it is so remarkable, and for those joining, we're going to have a chance to be among the first few to see this globally. But let's take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the display line here, because I understand here in Leszno, it's a bit unique with the fact with arcing passes and such. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so over to our left-hand side, we haven't got a camera on it at the moment, but Ian is swinging round, he announces. Over on the left-hand side, the end of the display line, there is a little tent, and that is the spotters area. Now, there's actually 3 spotters areas, but that one is particularly popular because the display, the crowd line ends at a right angle there, so it is very common to see aircraft flying around that corner quite low, 90 degrees angle of bank in a hard turn. Absolutely spectacular. There's actually, if you do fancy coming to Leszno yourself at some point, there's a really good spotters package. There's the spotter zone down there at the left for those topside passes. There's another one next to us at Show Centre, and there is one over on the other side of the airfield underneath the aerobatic box. So plenty of options if you do want to come and enjoy the show, and I so much recommend coming and experiencing it in person.
Adam, of course, you and myself are fairly well traveled. We've seen a lot of different aerial events from all corners of the world, and we were talking a little bit earlier about my efforts being here in the fact that it's the innovation piece. Yeah. We're going to see that as part of the next display that we're going to see here momentarily. But again, it's the combination of the pyrotechnic piece, and not just as a fireworks display at the end. We're looking at production elements in show that make this a very creative event all the way around.
Yeah, and you might be able to hear some of that in the background of us now, because right behind us we do have a stage with a live orchestra. It's the band of the Polish Air Force, and there are points in the show, probably not today, but certainly during the air show proper tomorrow and on Saturday, when the live orchestra will be providing accompaniment to the displays, and of course we'll be integrating that into our live broadcast. It's probably worth me mentioning at this point that while we are broadcasting the practice session today, and indeed the practice session tomorrow late morning, early afternoon on YouTube, the air show proper, which runs from 3 o'clock until 11 o'clock local time, will be exclusive to our streaming service watch.planestv.com. So if you do want to watch the air show proper, then head over there, sign up. It's not too late to enjoy all of the action over the next 3 days. And we hope you'll join us. We hope that the next few hours will whet your appetite for what is to come. And speaking of what is to come, we've run through some of the aircraft that are our personal favourites. We've run through some of the aircraft that we're expecting to see today, but it's probably worth mentioning some of the other stuff that are going to be appearing over the course of the weekend. And my eye is drawn to a couple of things. The Czech W3 Sokol, a fantastic solo display, borderline aerobatics at times, but also including some search and rescue type manoeuvres, and there's one in particular that I always look out for called the yo-yo, where they fly around with rescue workers suspended on a winch below the helicopter, and then the helicopter rises and falls through about 50 feet in altitude, while at the same time manipulating the winch so that the guys on the bottom of the winch are staying level in altitude. Anything else on the list that has you sort of salivating in anticipation?
Well, there's quite a bit, and I'm a fast jet guy. I enjoy the F-16 performances. Looking forward to the M346 as well. But I'll tell you one thing that stands out that we had the chance to see in a couple of just rehearsal flypasts, if you will, was that of the Swiss PC-17.
Yes, I love the Swiss PC-17, and they're flying a relatively new display routine at the moment. It was substantially modified last year. They had very slow pilot turnover, only one new pilot in the 2023 season. So knowing they had some spare training capacity, the team said to themselves, well, let's freshen things up a bit, and they've come up with some new manoeuvres, some that have been revived from 10-15 years ago. It is a fantastic sequence, I would say, quite a bit more photogenic than the one that they were flying before, and I'm looking forward to seeing that again as well. And talking of the Swiss are also contributing their Super Puma solo display. Another great favourite of mine, it's a Leszno favourite. The Super Puma display team typically don't fly at the same show more than 1 year running. Well, they're back at Leszno for their 4th consecutive year because we love them and they love Leszno. Great show, lots of flares, really dramatic flying, and it's one of those acts that just feels better here than it does at any other venue that they fly at. So I hear we're about to hear a VT, and let's have, I think it's time to reveal what this special
Is it time to talk about this?
Because it's time to talk about. We've actually got a video prepared where Guy talks a little bit about what is coming up. So I think we'll let Ian run that video now and give you a taste of what's to come.
I've flown gliders around the world in every warm continent. I've flown higher than Mount Everest. I've flown some amazing formations with wingsuit flyers over the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai. I've flown aerobatics to the highest level, even fireworks from my wings. I've flown at night. I've been aerotowed by some amazing machines, and I've pioneered aerobatics while still being aerotowed. But there's one thing which is still on my bucket list.
We are here in Aeroclub Opolski just to have a training for a special demo we prepared together with Guy Westgate for this year edition. We found some historic pictures from Leszno actually, from 1958, where the SM-1 helicopter towed the glider, and so we spoke to Guy Westgate if it's doable to do it in front of the public, and he said, yeah, why not? There is like maybe 3 pilots in the world that have some experience being towed behind the helicopter. So we have to figure out how to do it safely and to have a proper training, like more than probably 20 flights behind the helicopter until we can do it in front of the public.
Climb more, climb more.
The transition will be the most hardest part. So helicopter must slow down enough for Guy Westgate behind to also slow the glider and to transit into the hover, and it's going to be a very difficult maneuver because we don't want to have some heavy load behind the helicopter moving with energy.
And slow down now. Whoa! We're hovering! Whoa!
After all these years that it initially happened in Leszno, we were very happy to hear that Guy is interested to do that, and we know when he wants to do something, it's a big, highly motivated person, so it's a big support. And then we've been preparing for it for years. We started probably like 3-4 years ago, negotiating with the Polish CAA and all the parties that can support the idea. And here we are now on the day of the first practice. And let's see how it goes.
3, 2, 1, release.
So we're really looking forward to seeing that display, which we are hoping, it is scheduled to start around about now, and in fact I think I can see some activity around the glider, so hopefully just a few minutes to go until we see that performance. But I think there's something else special about the live stream that we will be bringing to you over the next 3 days. Not today, because our drone pilots are elsewhere. They're over at Cezina Air Base, where the military aircraft here at Leszno are based. But we do need to talk about the drone filming, don't we?
We do need to talk about the drones, and we had the chance in a couple of validation displays earlier today to see a couple of runs with Alex Prinz from Aerosparx drones up running, and I will tell you, I spent more time watching the drone than I did the airplane.
Yes. So this is aerial filming from inside the aerobatic box. Now I'll explain how this is done safely in a moment, but there's 2 types of drones that are in use. We're going to have one which is more cinematic, and that will be providing some of the wide shots, perhaps over the back of the crowd, showing the whole display area and the action within it. But then the other, and this is pretty new, it's certainly new in my experience, is we've got an FPV racing drone flown actually by an international racing pilot, and that is chasing down the aircraft as they fly through their displays. Now, understandably, this can raise some eyebrows, so let's talk a little bit about how this is done safely. This is actually a process that, much like the heli-tow, has been worked up over the course of many years, actually around about 7 years in this case, and it's something that was done initially in the UK by the Aerosparx display team, and they worked with the Civil Aviation Authority to develop the procedures required to do it safely, and then Aerosparx drones have been gradually scaling it up, becoming more ambitious. They've now done it at dozens of aircraft air shows around the world. They've flown with teams like the Saudi Hawks. They've been at the last, I think, 4 consecutive Antidotum air shows on the trot. So this is not new, this is not experimental, but it is the first time that we brought it into a Plains TV live feed, and we really can't wait to show you some of the frankly incredible shots. And we do have a bit of a primer. We've got a VT that shows some of those drone shots from previous years to give you a taster of what's to come, but we won't run that at the moment because we are going to keep our eye on what is happening down by the glider, which I see has now been rotated onto runway heading. So hopefully it is not too long until we see the rehearsal of the heli-tow, the third heli-tow rehearsal of the day. So Guy just taking a photo of himself before getting into the aircraft, opening the canopy there. And Guy, if you're not familiar with him, he is a big figure in the European airshow circuit. He flew the first pyro displays in the UK back in 2010 with the Swift display team. He was also a founding member of the Twister duo, founding member of Aerosparx, but also very well known for his gliding exploits. He's the 8 times British national gliding aerobatic champion, and he set a world record here at Leszno in not this glider but a similar one, an S1 Swift. That was back in 2021, the world record for the most number of consecutive aileron rolls while on aero tow behind an aircraft. And would you like to guess how long that took and how many rolls he completed?
Did he have to do it within the confines of the display area?
Yes, he did. So this was all done as a rolling circle, effectively.
Oh, a rolling circle.
A rolling circle, because it had to be within sight of an adjudicator on the ground.
Interesting. I have no clue.
Would it surprise you if I said he did 100 rolls consecutively?
Yes, it would.
That's what he did. Would you like to guess how long it took?
No.
22 minutes of consecutive rolling, and then he came off tow and did a full aerobatic display.
I think I'd be pretty churned up after that many rolls, I think, for that period of time. That's incredible.
Yeah. It's, I remember it being said once, I was about an aircraft that rolls a fair bit faster. It was like an extra 300. But a pilot telling me that if you roll for a sustained period of time in an extra, it actually makes the fluid start to swirl in your brain. So if you do 10 consecutive rolls to the right, you then probably stop by doing one roll to the left to unwind the fluid.
Yourself. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Welcome to Baz, who's a new Plains TV supporter. Thank you very much for joining us. We're pleased to have you with us. And I see Angus, a regular viewer, asking a question: what are we expecting to see today? Well, the heli-tow stunt coming up very shortly, but then other aircraft that we're expecting to see: Team Phoenix from the French Air and Space Force, not an aircraft but a nine-person parachute drop, Slovenian PC-9, Polish C-130 Hercules, M346 Bielik. Then we're having the Corsair from Flying Legends, Aerobatic Team Orlik of the Polish Air Force, the Swedish SK.60, the Red Bull Alpha Jets, and the F-16 Jastrob of the Tiger demo team of the Polish Air Force. Jastrob is the name that the Polish Air Force gives to the F-16, an aircraft that's in its 50th anniversary this year.
This year, yes, indeed. And of course, many events around the globe celebrating that 50th anniversary. And it'll be great to see the F-16, of course, another staple of this show.
Yeah, this was the first afterburning jet, first of several that participated in this show. It made its debut here back in 2021, which was the first year that the Antidotum really had any military participation to speak of, and its rise has been meteoric. I mean, I don't want to count the number of countries because I'm going to lose count if I try and count the number of countries that are taking part in this year's show, but we've got to be in double figures. And I think last year we had 7 air forces participating in the flying display. Quite remarkable for a show that only really started in earnest in 2020 in the depths of the pandemic.
Very much a rural show site. It's coming down from Poznan and driving in was very similar to how it is at home in Indiana. I was making comments to the staff about that, and it's just kind of you get off the highway and onto the road here and the stretch to get in, and you see a couple helicopters, and here you are.
Yeah.
So it's a very nice. It's a very much a grassroots show site, and I think that adds to the overall ambiance of what this event is.
Fundamentally,
yes.
Fundamentally, this is a gliding club open day that has grown into something bit bigger than that, but it started out as the Leszno Glider Picnic. That's what this event was 15 years ago. It was a glider picnic, not an air show, and it's just got bigger and bigger and bigger thanks to really the drive and determination of the team. And we should probably mention some of them, but particularly Michal Grazik, who is the event director here. He also runs the airfield at Leszno, and his vision and his determination to go above and beyond in putting vast amount of effort into curating one-off displays of the like that we are about to see from the Bowl 105, which has just started its main rotors, and the SZD-59 Acro of the Glider FX display team. This is the sort of thing that only happens in Leszno. An airshow organiser saying, hey, we want to do something different, and we're prepared to invest thousands of euros and hundreds, if not thousands, of man-hours in making it happen.
Well, Adam, I believe we're continuing to count down our time to the heli-tow. We've got the helicopter currently spun up now. And of course, we've got Guy there working to get strapped into the glider. And we should be just a couple of moments before we start to see this very, very unique display.
Indeed, indeed. And as I see someone just in the comments section saying he hopes the flying is going to be good, David Freeman. Trust me, it's going to be good. If you think you've seen air shows before, well, let's talk again at about 11 o'clock tomorrow. If you would like to watch the airshow action for the entire duration of the show, to watch the airshow proper, you will need to be a signed-up member of watch.planestv.com. We will be broadcasting exclusively on watch.planestv.com for the airshow proper, which runs from about 3 p.m. until 11 p.m. over the course of tomorrow and Saturday. And we do have a coupon code available. That coupon code is Leszno. So if you head over to our site, use the coupon code Leszno, and that will get you 30% off your first 3-month subscription. Of course, that doesn't just include our live broadcast from Leszno. It will also give you access to all of our upcoming live broadcasts, including the Royal International Air Tattoo in a little over a month's time. We've got the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show coming up, some Duxford Flying Days, a few others potentially, but I'm not going to mention them now because I don't think all the T's have been crossed and I's have been dotted, but there will be more than what I've just mentioned. And then it will also give you access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back to 1989. And there's well over 100 titles on the service now, a new streaming service that we've developed over the winter, which hopefully gives you a better viewing experience with functionality with Chromecast and other such tools, and AirPlay. So the helicopter, a Bolko Bow 105 from bow105.pl, that's the name of the operator, and that is another aircraft that will be participating in the night show in addition to this heli-tow stunt. It will be flying at around about 10 o'clock, I believe, and that display is quite remarkable. It's a helicopter pyro show of the likes I've never seen from anyone else. Vast quantities of fireworks, borderline aerobatic flying, and there is a surprise that they have never done before coming up at the end of that show. They're going to use the tow rope that you see now to tow the glider into the air. Now tomorrow that tow rope will be used to tow something rather remarkable, not a glider, but today the highly unusual sight of an SZD-59 being launched into the air behind a Bow 105. This is not the first time that a glider has been towed by a helicopter. In fact, this act was inspired by something that happened at the World Gliding Championships here at Leszno well over 50 years ago. The airshow organising team found a photo of a glider being towed by a helicopter. They went to Guy and said, can we recreate this? And Guy said, well, we can try. However, there is something that has never been done before about to occur. This, the first time that a glider has been rolled on aerotow behind a helicopter. That's a bizarre sight, isn't it?
It is quite unconventional, for sure, and it only becomes even more unorthodox, if you will, as we prepare for the second half of this program.
Yeah, quite so. And there's so many considerations to bear in mind when doing this. So, for example, what's going to happen with the tow rope? It's going to snag on the fuselage at some point, potentially, because it's not attached to the tip of the nose. It's right down underneath the cockpit. So during these rolls, there has to be clearance, so it's not going to get caught up around the nose. That could be very nasty. Could it potentially damage the skin of the aircraft? And then as we transition into the next phase of the display, where we'll see the helicopter enter the hover, how is this transition going to work? The first time it was attempted, no one really knew what was going to happen. So the air brakes will shortly deploy on the glider to assist in the deceleration process. The helicopter losing speed slowly, the smoke comes on, and watch as the angle of attack slowly increases on the glider, and the two aircraft will come to a stop. And some really interesting smoke effects, the smoke getting caught up in the downwash of the helicopter, also the aerodynamic airflows over the wings and control surfaces. That's a remarkable sight.
It almost gives Guy the ability to provide control inputs with the rotor wash, just about.
And there he
there's
goes,
the drop.
falling back into a tail slide. And I suspect we're about to see some aerobatics, because it wouldn't be a flight by Guy Westgate without some aerobatics. That's just an extraordinary sight. And again, the first time it was attempted, no one quite knew what was going to happen. What happens when you release 200 kilograms of tension from the tow rope? Is it going to rebound upwards? There's a chained section on the bottom of that rope. Could that rebound upwards into the rotor blades? Obviously that would be awful. So scientific studies to try and work out what the effect would be in the seconds after the release. But over the course of those studies and a subsequent training camp, it was established that this was not only feasible but repeatable. And what a spectacle it was, as we now see Guy Westgate landing with his typical precision, touching down right on the runway threshold, and I suspect we shall see him come to a stop almost exactly where he started. And we have a drone in shot as well. Fantastic. That drone, will be bringing you live coverage from that drone tomorrow as it actually flies in close formation with the glider during the hovering phase. The Beau 105 flown by Maciej Dominiak, and sitting beside him to assist in the call-outs of speed and altitude, he has his team manager, David Valas. And we might even see a second run-through of this display, because the first practice this morning, they did actually go for 2 run-throughs. It really doesn't take very long, as you've just seen. There's no need to tow the glider to any great height. They're conducting the drop at a little over 1,000 feet. So it doesn't take long to climb to that height, and it doesn't take long for the acro to descend from that height. This is not a soaring glider. This is not a glider of the likes that would participate in the World Gliding Championships, which can have an enormous wingspan, glide ratio of 70:1. This is a much smaller wingspan. It trades glide ratio for manoeuvrability. Glide ratio of around 36:1, which is roughly comparable with a standard club class glider, but of course reasonable aerobatic performance as well. Rated to +7, -5G. Relatively sprightly roll rate by gliding standards, as you just saw. And yes, it does look to me like we're going to get a second run through, because the glider is being pushed forwards towards where the helicopter has stopped. If you are just joining us, welcome to this first practice session here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno. We will be with you all afternoon, but I should explain we are an extremely limited team for the time being. Some of us are in a car right now coming down from the airport in Poznan, and when they arrive you might see the production quality going up a little in complexity as we get extra camera operators and the like. But for the time being we're a one-camera operation. And if you are not familiar with the voices talking you through the action, my name's Adam Landau. I am Plains TV regular. If you've watched us before, you've probably heard my voice before and seen some of my camera work. But sitting alongside me, Luke Carrico from the United States.
Pleasure to be here with you, Adam, and really excited to experience Leszno for myself. I mentioned earlier as part of the intro that, of course, you know, it's all about innovation and pushing boundaries. And I mean, look at the display that we had the chance to see with Guy Westgate as we changed the pace a bit, Adam, with our next performance.
Yeah. Now this, an unexpected addition to the flying lineup, one of potentially several. And here we have from the Polish Air Force an M28 Brisa, which is their most numerous transport aircraft. It's based on the Antonov An-28, a Polish license-built version from PZL Milik, which is one of a family of Polish aircraft manufacturers under the PZL brand. There's PZL Milik, who do a lot of license-built aircraft. There's PZL Swednik, who focus on rotary assets. There's PZL Warszawa, who produce gliders. But this aircraft, as I mentioned, based on the An-28, although fitted with Western engines in the case of this variant. And it is, as I said, the most numerous but also the smallest transport aircraft in the Polish Air Force inventory. They also operate the C-295M and the largest airlifter in their fleet, the C-130E Hercules, which we will be seeing later today. A really gutsy performance from the C-130, and we were lucky to see a practice display yesterday from that, and it's eye-catching, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Some very significant flight attitudes. It is truly a true solo C-130 performance.
Yes.
It's quite neat.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing large transport aircraft coming round corners with about 80 degrees of bank. And we might see some flares today. Certainly last year in the practice session we saw the limited deployment of flares, but if you want to see a lot of flares, and I mean hundreds of flares coming out of that C-130, then you will have to join us over on watch.planestv.com for the air show proper tomorrow. So the An-28, the Brisa coming round again for... Well, we're not quite sure what for, because this is one act for which we haven't been given a ribbon diagram, because we didn't even know it was coming until around about an hour ago we saw it pop up on the schedule.
The schedule, yes.
Yeah,
indeed.
we've got a page in front of us which is being updated live with the expected movement, so we can see display time 20 minutes listed for the Brisa. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually get a few flypasts and then maybe into land. It could be arriving to take part in the static display rather than flying for us, but nice to see something a little bit different, and I'm guessing this is an aircraft that you don't see very often, if at all, in the United States.
Not very often, and in fact, I mean, you may know it best as the Sky Truck.
Yes.
And that name is very fitting for this airplane. Very much a utility aircraft, STOL capable as well, so capable of that short takeoff and landing. And we'll see a demonstration of that here on the grass here at Leszno.
Looks like we will. And the Sky Truck is the designation given to this aircraft, I think, by US Special Forces, who operate or used to operate them in small numbers. Do you know if they still have them?
I believe that they've all worked those out from the inventory at this time, but I think I could be wrong on that regard. So, pretty unique airplane, very useful in deploying paratroopers and folks out the rear door. It's a fairly popular jump platform for parachute operations.
And speaking of parachute operations, somewhere up in the air at the moment, we do have a parachute jump ship, an Antonov An-2. I don't have eyes on at the moment, and it's not due for a little while yet, but that is carrying 9 parachutists of the French Air and Space Force Team Phoenix. But the Brisa has now turned around, and I'm wondering whether it's going to taxi to its parking space or if this is indeed part of its display, and maybe we'll see it take off again. We really don't know what to expect. Meanwhile, out to our right, the Bol 105 continues to run its engines, and I thought I detected a little increase in power there, so maybe we're about to get another run through of the heli-tow. In fact, there goes the Bow 105 lifting off the ground now. That is indicative probably that we have seen all that we are going to see of the Breezer, and we are going to be privileged to witness another rehearsal of this extraordinary helicopter performance. And I've been tangentially involved in the process and in the group chats over the last few days, as there's been a will we, won't we drama about whether this was actually going to be able to happen at the air show this year. It's about the third time of trying, and yeah, there's a little bit of emotion as we see them taking off again.
Even with all of that downdraft from the rotors, it seems the glider fares pretty well behind the helicopter.
Yeah, Guy said he was pleasantly surprised by how easy it was to fly on aero-tow behind the helicopter. I don't think we've mentioned the tow rope yet, have we?
Oh, that's
extraordinary
right.
tow rope.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Guy was telling me yesterday, this tow rope, this is not the first time it has been used to do something significant, because the very rope that is currently connecting the Bow 105 and the glider was used in the 2015 James Bond film Spectre for a helicopter stunt of some kind, and after the stunt, the film company had no use of the rope, and there was a glider winch team there that were assisting with the operation and helping the stunt department. And so they said, well, look, we'll take this rope off your hands, and it re-entered circulation in the gliding world, and here it is being used again for something totally extraordinary as we see another demonstration of the roll-on tow. Let's see how many Guy manages. So we'll give you a little taste of the live music from the band of the Polish Air Force, which are practicing behind us just as the airshow performers are practicing in front of us. And this music will be very much a part of the evening shows that are to follow over the next few days. And the music that we're getting at the moment, it might be familiar to some die-hard airshow fans. This is actually the music of the Flying Dragons paramotor team. They're just brilliant. I adore watching the Flying Dragons, and we look forward to seeing them as the penultimate act of the show tomorrow.
Here comes another demonstration, Adam, of what is, I think, the highlight of this act, and it is the slowdown into the hovering configuration, and of course just watching the glider get slower and slower until the point it's just more or less hanging off the rope on its own weight.
So there goes the smoke. That is pyrotechnic smoke. It's not centerline smoke such that we would usually see with oil being injected into exhaust, because of course the glider has no exhaust. This is more like the sort of thing you would see on the ankles of a parachutist, and it's fired by E-Match. And doesn't it look great as it gets caught up in the various vortices as the glider sits in the hover, and very shortly Guy will be reaching forward as far as he can. He's actually sitting just beyond the vertical at the moment, so it's a struggle, he told me, to reach the rope release switch. So he'll be straining in his shoulder straps, trying to reach that release switch. He'll be able to see the helicopter filling his vision, and now he falls away into the second half of a tail slide, dives back towards us and pulls up into a loop. And this is the sort of flying that you would only see from an 8 times national champion. There are not many people in the world who have the skill and experience to be able to attempt the likes of what you have just seen. Great to hear the whistle.
Great sound, I was about to mention.
Now, Guy specialises in really precise landings, and I mean really precise, to the point that he often used to tell me in the past to stand in a specific spot with my camera. He would land, and he would land with me tucked into his wing root, open the canopy, and then start talking straight to the camera. And I've no doubt that we are about to see a similarly precise landing now. I must say, I did chicken out most of the time. I did usually lower the camera and walk away, because...
Take a couple of steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes more than a couple.
There you go.
So I imagine he will probably now try and land and taxi all the way to his parking spot and come to a spot exactly where he wishes to park. That's another of his party tricks. I did spot some discussion in the chat about the aircraft in the thumbnail. That is the F-16C Jastrob of the Tiger demo team of the Polish Air Force. Jastrob being the Polish designation of the F-16 Fighting Falcon. We will be seeing that aircraft performing a practice display later today. That is due at 20:37 local time. And we'll also be seeing it taking part in the air show proper, potentially not just performing solo displays, but also a special fly-past. However, we won't reveal the details of that for the time being. We'll leave that as a surprise for Saturday. So we've got around about 10 minutes to go until our next act, according to the schedule in front of us, which will be Team Phoenix of the French Air and Space Force. They have participated in Antidotum Airshow Leszno before. They were here last year, on that occasion performing a four-man jump because they were jumping from an OV-10B Bronco from the Musée Européen. I'll say that again. The Musée Européen de l'Aviation de Chasse, and that is a mouthful.
Yes, it is.
Down in Montélimar in France, and the capacity of the Bronco is only 4 jumpers. They were participating in a Vietnam War scenario, which also included a Cobra and an MD-500. But this year we have the full 5-person complement, jumping from an Antonov An-2, which is actually parked on the other side of the airfield. And the parachutists loading up shortly to start their display. We will swing the camera around now and show you the site of the Antonov An-2. The Antonov is a fascinating aeroplane, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. It's a fun airplane just to watch take off and land.
Yeah.
And it is in no way an economical aircraft. My understanding that I think the fuel burn is about 80 gallons an hour in cruise with a speed somewhere in the 80-mile-an-hour range. But it's a utility airplane,
yeah,
and is still used quite a bit around the world for both some cargo operations and also for carrying skydivers that it does so well.
Yeah. And I think what my favourite Antonov An-2 fact has to be that it's got a stall speed so low that no one's actually been able to find it yet. And in the pilot operating handbook, it simply says if you have an engine failure, pull all the way back on the stick and keep it there. The aircraft will gently porpoise down, but it will never actually fully stall.
We don't see AN-2s very often in the United States. There was some legislation that was passed to protect the manufacturer of the Cessna 208 Caravan. So the majority of them are classified as experimental exhibitions. So they're fairly rare, but there are a couple of operators in North America. I know of one that we had the chance to see at an air show, and I believe as part of that profile we were able to bring out an individual on a bicycle and race the two machines, if you will, and the bicycle won without issue in the slow speed configuration of the AN2.
I remember seeing one at the Cosford Air Show, which I'm sure some of the people in the chat will remember, where they actually staged the reenaction of a real air combat scenario that had happened between an Antonov An-2 and a Huey from the Vietnam War. Entirely bizarre piece of combat. Now, we've talked over the past few minutes about drones and drone filming at this air show, and I think we're now probably ready to show you a little bit of a taste of what is to come as far as drone filming is concerned. We've got the specialists from Aerosparx drones. They've been the world leaders in flying drones at flying displays for about 5 years now. It's a process that has been built up over many years, working with aviation authorities across the world. They've flown with major teams like the Saudi Hawks. They've done this at air shows in the Middle East, across Europe, and we're delighted that they are allowing us to plug into their live feed here at Leszno. We're going to have an FPV drone and we're going to have a cinematic drone. We're getting right into the heart of the aerial action. Let's take a look at the sort of thing you can expect.
During our live broadcast from Antidotum Airshow Leszno, we'll be getting you closer to the action than ever before with live aerial filming from inside the displays. For 5 years, Antidotum Airshow has been working with Aerosparx drones, the leading airshow drone specialist. This was possible only after years of intense training with real manned aircraft, initially allowing Aerosparx drones to record ground movements and operate outside the aerobatic box, but later allowing them to fly inside the display area with suitably trained and qualified display pilots. In 2024, we'll be broadcasting those views live for the first time during our Friday and Saturday live streams. Here's a taster of the sort of thing you can expect.
Well, that is going to be an extraordinary sight over the next 2 days. We can't bring you those drones today because the drone team is over at Szczecin Air Base, where many of the military aircraft are based, and they are getting some footage of the ground operations there, but they'll be with us here tomorrow. Now, we have the breezer that we saw land earlier performing what we think is going to be a display practice. We really don't know what the breezer is going to do because it was only added to our display running order about an hour ago, and we haven't been given a ribbon diagram, so this is going to be pure guesswork and we haven't really prepared anything, I'm afraid, but we'll do our best to keep up with what the breezer is doing. I do want to address something I saw in the chat about music. Yes, we have the orchestra of the Polish Air Force setting up just behind us, and they will be providing live music throughout the course of the show. You might be picking up a bit of ambient noise from them as they perform some sound checks and rehearsals, but they will be very much a part of the spectacle over the next few days, particularly during the evening shows. So in from the right, it looks like the breezer is coming in for, I suspect, a rather low fly past. Low fly pasts have always been the speciality of Polish breezer displays. Well, what can I say? He's just tied for the low fly past altitude record.
Yes, indeed. The Brisa, of course, a name, a moniker that is utilized, I believe, Adam, just by the Polish Air Force.
Yes, indeed.
I know it best as the Sky Truck personally, but the Polish Air Force and the Polish Navy operate this aircraft utilizing the PZL-10S engines. And it actually, in fact, has partially retracting landing gear, unlike the other variants of the same type, to avoid interfering with its radar.
It's worth noting this is an aircraft that is still very much in production. The latest version, the M2805, which has been produced in various optimized roles, including one as a maritime surveillance aeroplane. So extremely versatile, not just a cargo aircraft. And of course has a rear ramp as well, so it's capable of taking some large loads. They don't necessarily have to fit out of the small cabin door at the front. This is probably one of the more successful products of the Polish aviation industry, although the Polish aviation industry has been fairly large for the past 60 years or so, producing indigenous designs. We're going to see several of them over the next few days. The TS-11 Iskra, which was once a candidate to be the primary training aircraft of the Warsaw Pact, although it actually lost out there to the L-29 Delfin, not produced in huge numbers, but used by the Polish and Indian militaries. And then we've got the W-3A Sokol, not being displayed by a Polish air arm, but by the Czech Air Force. So we're looking forward to seeing that. And that, I would guess, is perhaps the most numerous Polish-built powered aircraft. Has been exported very widely, used by something like 8 nations in military capacity and many more in other government roles.
A little over 200 of these Brisas have been produced.
And of course another very successful Polish-designed aircraft that we're going to see over the next few days is the M18 Dromada, a water bomber and agricultural aeroplane. Actually, we saw them doing some practice fly-pasts earlier, and that was quite an enjoyable watch. It's a weird-looking thing, isn't it?
Quite enjoyable to watch a lumbering airplane, very low to the ground. What's unique here at Leszno as well, Adam, is that we've got a couple of roads that surround the airfield. And I can even see from our vantage point here quite a few spotters out there taking a look at a couple of the rehearsal displays here. And earlier today, as you mentioned, with the low passes of the Dromedary, it was they got quite a face full of airplane there for a couple of seconds before they made the pull.
Yeah, that road must be an interesting place to stand for these displays. And, of course, plenty of spotters in the showground as well. There's no fewer than 3 spotting zones, and I see the show centre spotting zone starting to fill up as people come into the airfield in anticipation of the displays that we'll be seeing, particularly around sunset. Quite a number of military rehearsals due to occur, and that will include the Polish F-16, the Swedish SK.60, the Polish C-130. So lots of action still to come, and no surprise to see an ever-growing number of people turning out to watch it. I noticed this year that this show has started to gain traction in some of the foreign airshow forums. There's a few fellow Brits that have come over here for it. I'm thrilled to see that the reputation is growing.
quite a number of military air arms operate variants of the M28, including that of Costa Rica, Ecuador, Estonia, Germany, the country of Jordan, Kenya, Nepal, of course, Poland, the United States being a previous operator. And it is also operated by Venezuela and also by the Vietnam People's Air Force.
It's
who
interesting.
Operate
I had no idea that it was operated so broadly. I mean, it's an aircraft that I've seen quite often, just because in this part of the world you tend to and often operates in a support role at air shows. So at the Air Tattoo, for example, you'll often see one pitching up, if not for static display, then perhaps in support. But I didn't realise it was operated so widely outside of this little area of Central Europe. Attractive camouflage paint scheme on this aircraft as well.
Yes, I very much appreciate the colors on the aircraft, and certainly a photogenic airplane.
Well, we've just had someone joining us up in the commentary position. Guy Westgate, who was flying that glider tow that we enjoyed watching a few minutes ago behind the Bolko Bo 105. So we'll just get Guy mic'd up, and then perhaps we can have a word with him about that incredible spectacle.
Here. I'll just swap you one over.
There you go. There's a microphone for you. So, Guy.
I've got an inside tone. Is that an earpiece or is that just...
So that was quite a spectacle. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm just so excited. This has been years in the planning, and it only came together in the last few days because of some incredible work by the Polish authorities, SZD All-Star Gliders who provide the glider, the Bolkov helicopter team. There's been so many man-hours and so much effort trying to make this work, and I'm so pleased it's working as we expected.
As someone who's been sort of on the peripheries of this over the last couple of years, I felt a little bit of emotion as I saw it for the first time, so I can't imagine what you must have been feeling.
Well, you just don't know what you don't know to start off with. So there are so many things that we're guessing at what it might be like. The glider is perfect for the job. So it's the All-Star SZD-59. It's basically an old standard Yantar 3 standard, which they realised was more than strong enough. They've bolstered the tail to make it fully aerobatic. They've lowered the T-tail to a cross configuration of the tailplane, so it's better for inverted rudder control as well. And they've sawn off the wingtips to make it slightly shorter wingspan. It's just incredible. And it feels almost like the Swift I used to have before.
Right, but it's not actually a specific aircraft that you have a huge amount of experience on, is it?
My first flight was yesterday. But I think with my general flying experience, it's very easy to pattern match what you know and what you don't know. It's got a retractable gear, so I had to work very hard about remembering to put the gear down to land and also put it up for after takeoff for the show as well. It's much slipperier than the Swift and the Fox I've known before, which means that the display is a little different. I can preserve my energy in very fast manoeuvres, so I can loop very low to the ground if I have enough energy speed, and then pull up for a remarkably low-level loop, but it's completely safe.
We saw some of those remarkably low loops earlier, and particularly on your first practice flight. Yeah, that was very impressive. And it makes quite a sound as it goes past as well that I wasn't quite prepared for, a whistling sound.
Well, every noise is actually aerodynamic inefficiency. So I think the normal glider is quieter. This one is maybe a little noisier because we've got an Insta360 camera on one wingtip, and we're hoping to share some of those remarkable images, I think, later. And also we've got 3 smoke cans on each wingtip as well, and we haven't had time to fare those in properly, so there will be some drag and therefore some aerodynamic inefficiency just by the smoke on the wingtips as well.
Now, talking about the smoke, I don't know how good a view you'll have got of this from the cockpit, but we were remarking as you were sitting in the hover slightly beyond the vertical, the smoke doing some really interesting things over the wings. It gets caught up in the aerodynamic airflow over the wings and the downwash from the helicopter. It looked quite surreal.
Well, we worked very hard training. This is the 10th flight I've made buying this helicopter and this glider. One of the things the helicopter can't do very easily is hover still in the air. the airspeed indicator doesn't work below about 20 knots, 20 miles an hour in a helicopter. So they have an observer who opens the door, looks out the window, and is now looking at my smoke on the wingtip to actually establish if they're exactly in the hover or moving forwards or backwards slightly. And we've developed that really over today's flights of just working out what might work best. Actually, for the glider sits more comfortably, moving forwards very slightly. And the other remarkable thing is we've got an FPV drone filming all this.
Yes, we've been talking about that.
And he's so close. I've been actually watching him going round me in the hover and waving. And so I would say the first hover, I was quite nervous. And now it's my 10th time in training. I'm so relaxed now. I'm giggling to myself at how ridiculously crazy the whole spectacle is.
The other thing I want to talk about is the roll-on tow. Now, as far as I know, that's never been done behind a helicopter before.
No, I think that genuinely is a world first.
Easier or harder than behind a fixed-wing aircraft?
Oh, much harder. The wake behind the rotor is significantly larger behind the helicopter. It's still in roughly the same place you'd expect because the aerodynamic theory works the same. The helicopter is pushing air down to keep it up, but it's 1.8 tons of helicopter, whereas most tow planes I fly behind are maybe 600 kilograms. So it's a significant lump of metal being kept in the air by blowing air downwards. And of course, I don't want to be in that wake. So my roll-on tow as well, the roll rate of the SK.60 is slightly slower than the Swift and the Fox I've been used to doing this manoeuvre in. In fact, it was the first time I'd ever flown that manoeuvre, was training yesterday in this glider, and I've now translated it from a fixed wing to a helicopter. So again, I'm just giggling with myself just at the ridiculous view of a helicopter going round in front of me rather than a fixed-wing aeroplane.
Now, there is something I want to ask, but we'll wait for the breezer to take off. Just as the noise recedes there. There was something I wanted to ask because you told me a story last night and I attempted to recount it to the viewers, but I think I may have butchered it a bit. You know what I'm talking about.
About the rope?
Yes, about the rope.
So I went to probably the world's most renowned rope experts with Sky Launch winches. Their main business is creating glider winches. They're used in quite a lot of films. So when they want to pull a heavy object in towards a crash scene, the easiest, most convenient way of doing it is using a glider winch, which has got a huge amount of torque, and they can control the speed precisely. They work out the angle to pull and the height to pull, and they can then slide effectively. And on this particular film, which was Spectre in 2015, they used a very strong rope called Dyneema, 10mm Dyneema rope. Now I specified to them that this is exactly the rope I wanted, and they said, well, would you like, and they always nickname their ropes. So their normal rope, they're called Sky Launch, it's called Sky Nema, it's Dyneema rope. This is called Bond Nema because it was actually used in the Bond film. So it's actually, this very rope I'm using was used in the 2015 Spectre film to crash a helicopter. Now, we've been through a significant effort with the CAA to demonstrate that it's safe. It's lots of science about rope stretch and energies in the rope and potential energy gain with the rope picking up, and I can promise it's safe because we've done a huge amount of science to demonstrate it's safe. In the early days, I wondered whether the CIA might just listen to an argument that what would the chance of the same rope being involved in 2 helicopter crashes being? It's got to be 10 to the minus 25 or something. And so improbable that it must be 0. But I decided not to share that with them.
Now, before you go, one more question. And this is actually not about what you've been doing in the glider. There is another reason why you're here this weekend. It's become the traditional end of the show here at Leszno, and that, of course, is the Aerosparx display team with Rob Barsby. Anything special planned for this weekend?
Every year we learn from Leszno. So we work with Bartek, who has been working here, I think, now for 7-8 years.
And he's the ground pyro guy.
He's the ground pyro guy. So I would say he is the cause of our latest innovations, and we sort of bounce ideas off each other. So this year he's got an incredible heart. He's hoping to tow behind the helicopter. That's not actually part of our display, but it's quite a spectacle, I think you'll see. And this year we've coordinated more ground fireworks here in collaboration with our display than we've ever had before. So I think it's going to be really quite spectacular.
Looking forward to it. And as a reminder, the air show proper will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. Use the discount code Leszno. That'll get you 30% off your first 3 months, and that will get you access to the full show, which runs from 3 p.m. until 11 p.m. tomorrow. Guy, thank you for stopping by. It's been really exciting watching these practice displays over the course of the day.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, neither. So the breeze are coming in for another low pass. Not quite as low as some of the ones that we've been seeing over the past few minutes, though. And I did see someone asking earlier on in the chat whether we'll be seeing any Second World War aircraft at the show. The answer is yes. You might have actually spotted them in the background as we started the live broadcast, as they taxied into their parking space after their arrival. And they are coming from flying legends in Germany, the P-51D Mustang and the Corsair. Neither common sights on the airshow circuit, but particularly exciting to see the Corsair. This is one of its first displays in quite some time, and its debut in its current ownership. Now, taxiing out to the runway over to our right is an Antonov An-2 of, well, it's not of the French Air and Space Force, but it has on board it some parachutists from the French Air and Space Force. That is the team known officially as the Ambassadeurs Parachutistes, but known unofficially as Team Phoenix, and that is an awful lot easier to say, so let's stick with that.
Although the team has existed for quite some time, they've only been made an official display team over the past last 2 or 3 years. And Adam, unusually for parachute teams, they do not have their own dedicated jump platform.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing this An-2 being used today. The onus is on the airshow organiser to provide a jump ship, so every Team Phoenix display is a little bit different because they're working with different aircraft every time. And the last time we saw them in Leszno, it was a Bronco. That limited them to a 5-person jump. But this time we're seeing the full complement of 9 jumpers, and the An-2 is now taking to the runway, about to depart. Let's enjoy the growl of a Soviet radial engine. And this is not the only French military act that we have here this week. I noticed some of you spotted arriving a Cirrus SR-22 of the French Air and Space Force. Yes, indeed, and that is the support aircraft for the extraordinary EVAA, or the Équipe de Voltige de l'Armée de l'Air, to give them their full title, the competition aerobatics unit of the French Air and Space Force. They will be providing 2 different solo displays over the course of Antidotum Airshow Leszno 2024. One of them flown by Victor Lalouet and one of them flown by Florent Audon. He is the reigning world aerobatic champion, and Leszno no doubt has a special place in his heart because he won the World Aerobatic Championships 2022 right at this very airfield. Landing on now the Breezer, probably for the last time. Oh, that was a fatal comment, wasn't it?
I was going to say, you walked yourself into a corner on that.
I just thought, parachutists in the air, maybe the Breezer will land now, but I suppose they do have to climb to height, and that could be as high as 8,000 feet if they're going for their full show. It's hard to judge how high the cloud is at the moment. What would you say? It's quite thin.
Quite thin. I think that we would call that as a higher scud layer, I guess might be the slang term of saying it, but I think 8,000 feet for their start, I think, will be a non-issue today.
Yeah, and once they do jump, the display will be split into 2 phases. The first being a free-fall element, and then into some close relative formation work, and those formations will actually have the jumpers in physical contact with each other. And the formation, the main formation that we'll see is called kit, which is the French for kite, but there are a couple of others that we might see demonstrated, sapphire and stack, for example. And this is a display that I've not seen in its full 9-person form. I've only seen smaller jumps from them, so I'm fascinated to see what this looks like. It's very different from the parachute displays that we're used to seeing in Britain from the RAF Falcons, where they're very large formations doing some quite interesting things, but they're not actually in contact with each other, and quite different, I think, from the parachuting displays that you have in the United States.
Yes, indeed. We rarely, with a lot of our U.S. teams, see what's known as canopy relative work, or crew for short. And I'm particularly looking forward to seeing the 9, I say plane, right? My voice wants to go there. The 9 jumper formation work that they're going to do here today and as part of this weekend. So I think that'll be very special.
Yeah, indeed, and aided by, in many cases, large flags, ribbons, smoke. We can see, I think Ian's panning the camera round to the Antonov An-2. If you're wondering why we are slowly panning cameras from left to right, rather than cutting from one to the other like usual, that's because we are a skeleton team at the moment. Just 3 of us, Luke and I, commentating. Ian behind our camera, but doing the important work, he says in my ears. Yes, quite so. But we will have more people joining us over the course of the afternoon, and by the time tomorrow comes around, we will be a full multi-camera stream. We will have various short recordings to play out for you, and we will also have 2 drones in the air much of the time. The Cirrus SR-22 of the French Air and Space Force now landing on. That, as I mentioned, the support aircraft for the Équipe de Voltige. Quite unusual to see a Cirrus with military roundels. You might think, well, it's got a civilian registration on it. That doesn't really tally. Actually, all French military aircraft have what look like civilian registrations, even the fast jets. And indeed, the Extra 330 SC is now landing, this being the sole display aircraft that the Équipe de Voltige are bringing to us, but flown, as I mentioned, by 2 different pilots. One will fly on Friday and the other on Saturday. And you might think, well, this is just an Extra 330 display like any other. But no, my goodness, watch this one closely. There's some quite remarkable manoeuvres, and 3 that I'm going to single out. Number 1, drawing a smiley face in the sky with smoke. That's always fun. But number 2, This is the speciality of Florent Audon. On crowd negative G-bunt, he will fly directly towards us, rapidly rolling at around about 400 degrees per second, and then will stop in the knife edge, and you might think he's going to pull away from us, but no, he will push away impossibly hard at minus 10 G. Good luck to Ian, because I've filmed that about 5 or 6 times now. I've never once been able to keep my camera on it. And then the other thing, this is the speciality of Victor Lallouet. He performs not a rolling circle, but a rolling loop, a full loop, but with continuous aileron rolls at a reasonably high roll rate.
Very challenging maneuver.
I would have thought
very
so.
Dynamic.
Never seen anyone else do it. But you've got some really good aerobatic performers over in the States. Is that something that you see? Have you seen a rolling loop before?
I have not seen a rolling loop before. And of course, with our regulations in the States, we don't have the ability to do aerobatic energy towards the crowd.
Yes.
So for myself, I'm particularly looking forward to that display, because it'll have the opportunity to work a different display axis that I'm not typically used to. We're continuing to watch Team Phoenix as they work their way up to altitude. And of course, the Leszno organizers have picked by far one of the slowest aircraft to get them up to that altitude. The An-2 as continues to climb, but they're going to be on here next as we continue with today, our rehearsal day.
Now, talking about air shows in the United States, I don't think we would be completely out of place to mention something that you are organising later this year, and I'm very excited to be part of. I think we've got to tell the viewers what you are planning for Kansas this October.
Yes, indeed. Well, one of the big reasons I have decided to make the several thousand-mile trek to, of all places, Leszno, Poland, is an innovation piece, and that's the word I kind of keep using. But there's a lot of creativity with this show, and I think that there's a lot to learn from the production element of an aerial event, particularly at this type of scale. Particularly night shows have become remarkably popular in the United States. We're seeing more and more of that as we go. And one of the endeavors that myself and a team I'm associated with in Topeka, Kansas is Thunder Over the Heartland. And we're working that show to put that on for its second edition. We did it first in 2021. We'll be doing it mid-October of this year with the Thunderbirds, but changing the format to mimic very much sort of what Leszno is doing with an evening flying display. Of course, you know, we continue to have these conversations about innovation, but it comes down, I think, to the spectator experience, right? We were talking a bit about pyrotechnics earlier, and the fact that, you know, a lot of air shows, or night air shows, if you will, might end with a fireworks display that's a bit of a formal end to the event. But what's unique and cool about this show is that we work that type of pyro into the overall program. And I guess in terms of taking some ideas, we're very intrigued and inspired by what the team here at Leszno is doing, and we're hoping to work some of that into our events. So I think again, it's about innovation, it's about creativities, and doing so beyond borders. So it's very cool to be here, and looking forward to the full weekend, of course.
Yeah, and if there's any show that does deserve that. Any show, if I was seeking inspiration to do something different, this is the one I would choose, because there is so much that is done here that I've never seen done anywhere else, and there are things happening this weekend that I am dizzy with excitement for, simply because I reckon over the last 10 years I've been to over 100 air shows in 20 countries. And this is one of the few places where I'm still seeing stuff that's new and that really excites me. So yeah, if some of that can somehow be transposed into Topeka, it's going to make what is already looking like a great show just move to another level completely.
I think for a lot of families as well, and I think aviation enthusiasts alike, is the ability to have, you know, evening performances, particularly if the lighting is nice. That makes it nice for photography, and I think just makes for a better aura at the end of the day as well. We always kind of joke about if we're going to go out and have a beverage, and you know, we do it in the evening. If we're going to go enjoy some entertainment, it's typically in the evening. So we began to ask ourselves, why are we doing air shows in the middle of the day when it's the hottest part of the afternoon? And I think it comes into just creating the overall space. And of course, you could probably hear the Polish band working with their music, and and that's a big part of the show as well, is accompanying the flying display with live musicians, and I think that's a very special thing indeed.
There's something interesting you mentioned there that I'm going to pick up on. You talked about lighting and photography, and it's going to be interesting because your show and this one are polar opposites in a way, in that here the sun sets directly in front of us. It's actually going to sit, weather permitting, as a big golden ball on the horizon in front of us in a few hours' time, and the smoke from the airshow aircraft generally gets caught in an inversion layer and sits at 20 feet off the ground and looks quite ethereal. And then Topeka's going to be the opposite, because the sun is going to be directly behind the spectators as it sets, and it's going to produce some extraordinary photographic conditions for a very different reason.
Yes, indeed. And that north-south show line we tried to grow the airport in that particular fashion, but it's a good show site, we think, and we had a lot of military participation in 2021. We're continuing to get some calls as we go here, as we get closer to the show date for even more this year. And I think with the evening format, with flying our jet team first, and then going into some active military, and then into Warbirds and some classy sunset displays, and then formally into night will be just a different experience, I think.
So I'm going to read off, this has been a while and there are some questions, the schedule for what is coming up. We are 1 minute away from the published jump time of Team Phoenix. And then coming up over the rest of this evening, I'm going to read the times in Polish times, that is 2 hours ahead of UTC. We're expecting to see the Slovenian PC-9 at 17:45. We've got the Polish C-130 probably doing 2 display practices at 1800. We've got the Polish M346 Bielik at 18:45. Vought F4U Corsair from Flying Legends at 19:05. 1917 aerobatic team Orlik flying 5 PZL 130 Orliks from the Polish Air Force Training Academy. Then at 1957, my personal highlight, not just of today but also of the weekend as a whole, flying just as the light starts to become quite extraordinary, the Swedish Air Force SK.60. Following that, the Red Bull Alpha Jets Tiger demo team with the F-16 at 20:37. And then we may have a few odds and ends after that. We'll get more clarity on that part of the schedule later, because it is changing by the minute down towards the bottom of the page. So we'll give you more information about what's coming up at the end of the programme later on, but we're probably expecting to be broadcasting until around about 9:30 local time. So we are now at the published drop time for Team Phoenix. They'll be up high above us somewhere, we suspect, so we will try and keep an eye out for them. They're behind us at 6 o'clock and perhaps running in from crowd rear. Now, I don't remember if Team Phoenix do a dummy run or not, because if you've ever seen the RAF Falcons, and I believe the Golden Knights do it, they'll do a couple of dummy runs. They'll drop what's called a woody, which is the piece of fabric, helps them to judge the wind conditions.
Wind drift indicator.
Yeah, and as far as I can remember, I don't think Team Phoenix actually do that, but they do have some markers which they've just been laying out on the ground in front of us over the last 20 minutes or so. They've got a little windsock out there, that I'm sure will help, and they claim that they can land to within up to 2 centimetres of precision on a good day, so we'll be judging them in terms of the position that they manage to land relative to the cross that they've set out on the grass. But it doesn't look like we're going to see a jump right at the moment, because they still appear to be in the hold behind us. Nonetheless, it's a 10-minute slot, so plenty of time yet.
The team will be jumping what are known as ram air canopies, much different from what the round chutes of World War II. Of course, they're fairly maneuverable and are constructed of a lightweight nylon, ripstop nylon, and they have a forward speed about 22 miles an hour, something like that. And of course, you'll notice when the jumpers are out of the door and under the canopy, and as they work their way into that formation, they'll work to warp the wing in order to, as flight controls. And then you'll also notice a couple of tubes running down the top as well that kind of serve as tunnels to also give them some forward momentum as well, which is pretty cool for these newer style canopies.
Yeah, fascinating. I've never really given canopies too much thought, but certainly I remember going to the Edwards Air Show in the US a couple of years ago, Edwards Air Force Base in 2022, and there were some interesting canopies being displayed there, which were actually experimental canopies developed for special forces, the idea being that they would produce particularly low noise. So, yeah, there's quite a variety of different canopy types in use. Not something that I've ever given too much thought of before, I must confess. So if you are just joining us, welcome to our live broadcast from the first practice session here at Antidotum Airshow Leszno, one of two. We've got one practice session which ran through from mid-afternoon today until around about 9 o'clock, 9:30 tonight. And then we have another practice session tomorrow. We don't know the times for that, but I would imagine it will start late morning and run until around about 2 o'clock local time. We'll also be broadcasting that live on YouTube. But the air show proper will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. That will run on Friday and Saturday, starting at 3 p.m. and running until about 11 p.m. local time. It is an extraordinary air show, and unfortunately we just can't show you in the practice sessions a lot of what's going to be going on in the air show proper, because it takes place after dark, involving pyrotechnics. And that's not something that's going to be practiced, but you'll just have to take our word for it that it is an absolutely extraordinary spectacle. We'll be seeing so many wonderful nighttime displays, and I've got the list in front of me. We'll be seeing a TS-11 Iskra performing a pyrotechnic display. Very rare to see a jet-powered aircraft launching fireworks. Bob Grimstad in the RF-4 we're hoping for. He hasn't arrived just yet, but it's a very long transit flight from the UK. It's going to take him 2 days. His plan was to arrive at around about now, I think, if all went to plan, but that was a plan from 3 days ago, and weather has happened since then. So we'll see when Bob gets in, but hopefully not too long. He will be performing his pyro show. It's one of the first times that he has performed that in public. We've got Scandinavian Air Show with a couple of acts. Thor and Viking, a formation act of Pitts Model 12s, and also their Grumman Agcat performing with lasers on top of the wing and a huge amount of fireworks. It actually carries more fireworks than any other airshow aircraft in the world. Also the Fire Moths, team of flex-wing microlights. You wouldn't think that that would be an entertaining airshow act, but trust me, it is. And then some of the more famous established Polish airshow acts as well. Bolko Bo 105. And also the Flying Dragons and Aerosparx. We spoke to Guy from Aerosparx a few minutes ago, and he hinted at something special that is being planned for the Bo 105, something that's not been done at an air show before. That's the speciality of Leszno, doing things that has not been done at an air show before. So out of the aircraft now are the first jumpers from Team Phoenix. Starting with a brief, very brief free fall, and then opening their canopies after a few seconds once they're clear of the aircraft, and they will shortly form up and move into their relative formation work. So I count 10 jumpers at the moment. That will be the 9 from the main formation display plus the flag
perhaps
bearer.
oh, okay.
Yes, the Falcons from the Royal Air Force always jump with one extra person. Originally, that was actually as a cameraman. They would be carrying a GoPro. Yeah. But nowadays they carry a flag, and the French have done the same thing. So we'll see the main formation performing those close formation shapes, and then one jumper coming in with the flag. So forming up into 2 groups initially, and what we're seeing here are 2 stacks of 4, stack formation as it's known. And they release streamers. This is a speciality of Team Phoenix. They use not just smoke, but also physical props, which is not all that common. And then a diamond formation, diamant to give it the French name, from the second group of 4 who are yet to trail their streamers, but I'm sure they will do so shortly.
The team consists of 2 directors, 3 coaches, and 18 other members. And when not performing with the team, their roles are quite diverse, including that of commandos, riflemen, mechanics, gunsmiths, firefighters, and even fighter pilots.
As Team Phoenix jump, I will just acknowledge a message from the chat. JDS Aviation Adventures says, according to ADSB, there is a Polish Air Force Hercules holding out in front of us. Yes, there is. We've got eyes on, but we'll keep the cameras on Team Phoenix for the time being. But the Hercules is due to rehearse not the next display act, but the next but one. And I'm expecting, looking at the time slot that it's been allocated, that we will see at least 2 rehearsals of its full daytime sequence, possibly a rehearsal of its night sequence as well, and hopefully some flares. We'll see soon. So, streamers deployed from the stack, but now flags deployed from the Diamant. The French flag and the Polish flag, and also at the bottom the flag of the Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace, the French Air and Space Force, which this year celebrates its 90th anniversary year. And we might be seeing a special tribute to that as part of the Équipe de Voltige display as well, where at certain selected events they are drawing with their smoke the number 90 in the sky. So not happening all the time. Sometimes they're doing a heart instead. We'll find out what we get tomorrow. But that will be quite a remarkable sight, not something that I've seen them do in person. Smoke is now on from the 4 jumpers who previously formed a stack, as they now create a pair of 2-man stacks and spiral down towards us. And the ribbons, of course, in the colour of the French tricolour, as is the smoke that they are trailing. One set of jumpers trailing the colours of the French tricolour, and the other pair of jumpers trailing the colours of the Polish national flag.
A great look there, Adam, of those tunnels that I was mentioning a bit earlier.
Yes.
On the Ram Air canopies. And even though they have an inherent speed of about 35 kilometers an hour, in a couple of these downward spiral maneuvers, they can in fact reach speeds upwards to 65 kilometers an hour.
And just on the grass in front of us, the smoke has been lit. This to help the jumpers not just pick out the landing site, but also to judge what the wind is doing at ground level. The wind at ground level could be doing something quite different to what it's doing at a couple of 100 feet up in the air. And the jumpers now coming into land, the first one trailing one of those wonderful ribbons that we've been seeing, and it's the group of aircraft from the stack that land first. Then we will be seeing the quartet who formed that Diamant formation trailing the various flags. And the Antonov An-2 is landing in the background behind them. So in come the 3 flags. First, the flag of the Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace, then the Polish flag, and finally the French flag. And if you thought that was a big flag, well, take a look above us, because there is an even bigger French flag. We mentioned there was a flag jumper that was coming down separately. Well, he's just deployed a quite enormous flag, and that's got to be causing him quite a challenge. It must be picking up the wind like a sail on a boat.
Quite a bit of drag, particularly with a flag of that size. And, of course, you can see the small weight at the bottom as well that helps keep it in position.
reminds me somewhat, and it isn't really comparable because it involves a Chinook rather than a parachutist, but I used to enjoy watching the Republic of Singapore Air Force do fly pasts with what was at the time the largest flag ever to have been flown behind or under an aircraft, and seeing the way in which it flapped in the wind as the Chinook paraded through the city centre was quite a sight. Well, Team Phoenix on the ground, landing with considerable precision. They will fold up their parachutes now and vacate the landing area.
We're continuing to visually track the Polish C-130 Hercules that continues to work its way out in front of us, and they'll be on stage here a little bit later on. We're also looking at tracking, Adam, from my understanding of the schedule, the Slovenian, the PC-9.
Yes, the Slovenian PC-9M is due in next, and its slot time is in 2 minutes' time. Taking off, though, is the Grob 109 of... Oh, landing, in fact. Is he landing? I
believe that's a recovery, earlier. Yes, indeed.
When did Guy take off? He snuck out very quietly, didn't he? In fact, no, that's not Guy landing at all. That'll be Rob landing.
Rob, yes, indeed.
Fresh from the UK, you'll have had to stop somewhere for customs purposes, but otherwise, flying direct, it will have been probably a good 10 or so hours of flying. You'll have taken off at about 6 o'clock this morning. The second of the two Grob 109s of the Aerosparx display team, who will be closing the air show tomorrow. A question in the chat from Angus. He's been curious as a drone pilot himself how we will keep the drones airborne for a lengthy period of time. Well, the FPV drone will only be staying in the air for around about 4 minutes at a time. It is very tightly choreographed, the activities of that drone. It will be tasked to record a particular manoeuvre in a particular way and then land, because they burn through battery so quickly. The cinematic drone, that can stay airborne for a good 15-20 minutes, so it'll be up there for an entire display, but there's a sort of production line of batteries down on the grass in front of us, and that will enable them to fly throughout much of the day with regular battery rotations. Not flying all the time, of course, because the drones are only airborne with pilots in the aerobatic box, with pilots who are specifically trained and practiced and briefed, and flying outside the aerobatic box in certain other circumstances. Well, there is the Slovenian Air Force PC-9M, surprising us a little with its arrival, known as the Hudurnik in Slovenian service, but the Swift more generally. And this is a very high quality flying display contribution from one of the smallest air forces in Europe. It's the only fixed-wing combat aircraft operated by the Slovenian Air Force, only one of 9 such examples that they operate. All 9 are part of the 152nd Aviation Squadron, where they serve in both the training and combat roles. And you might not think that when it comes from such a limited fleet and such limited resources that it would be a particularly remarkable airshow demonstration, but you'd be wrong. This is one of the most remarkable displays you will ever see by a turboprop. So an avalanche there, a loop with a roll on the top. But the pilot, Andre Fiorelli, will soon up the ante considerably with some extraordinary negative G manoeuvres. So up into a vertical climb, a roll on the upline, and then a stall turn. And a vertical roll on the downline as well. Now this, a remarkable demonstration of the power of this aircraft, a Pratt & Whitney PT6A-62 turboprop producing 950 shaft horsepower, and so the aircraft will demonstrate that with a half vertical 8. Half a loop, half a roll, and then another half loop on top of that. And coming over the top of that half vertical 8, the aircraft will now move into a descending spiral, 4.5 spins on the downline.
Up next, a quarter clover, 2 rolls on the top.
PC9, of course, part of Swiss manufacturer Pilatus' long and immensely successful line of training aircraft. It began with a Pilatus P1 back in the 1940s and continues with the brand new PC21 today. First flew at the PC9 in 1984. Deliveries to Slovenia commenced in 1995, initially second-hand aircraft from the US, and then in the late 90s they were replaced with more modern new-build PC9M Swifts, which were fitted with enlarged vertical stabilizers for better stability, stall strips on the leading edge to reduce the aircraft's tendency to enter a flat spin as well. Also new engine control interface, and it's also combat capable, 7 hardpoints that can carry iron bombs, rocket pods and guns.
Setting up now for the tail slide.
It's not very often you see a relatively heavy turboprop doing that. And a negative G push coming out of the tail slide. Watch this. Still pushing negative G up into an outside half Cuban. And then exiting this maneuver very shortly into a maximum rate, minimum radius turn. And if anything, exhibiting better turn performance at this speed than we'll see from the fast jets later in the program. Pushing negative G again, and this time into a reverse half Cuban, up into a climb, then rolling inverted and pulling through around 2/3 of a loop back onto the display line. And this time it will be for a dirty roll.
Dirty rolls. You should see the landing gear extended. There they are.
So clearly, given there is a limiting speed for the landing gear, the aircraft capable not just of maintaining speed very well, but also of dumping speed, even in a steep descent. Great to see the aircraft so low, cleared down to 100 feet here.
Magnificent, and a very low dirty roll at that.
Yeah, and I do often find myself saying that, yeah, we've seen this display before, we've seen it at RIAT, it gets plaudits at RIAT, it is an award winner frequently there, and yet it just seems better here. Everything does. So coming up next, we have, I think, the most impressive maneuver in the entire display sequence, sustained negative G, painful negative G. The aircraft capable of sustaining minus 3.5 G, and I suspect it is peaking at around that level. This is going to be an outside avalanche, so a full negative G loop, but with an aileron roll on the top. So down to 100 feet, capturing the display line on the 230-meter line, rolling through.
Roll and a half.
Into inverted, and there's the push.
Certainly unpleasant in that cockpit right about now.
Yeah.
But he'll get a bit of a break with the roll on the top.
What's the most negative G you've ever pulled? Pushed, I should say.
I think personally, maybe -1 at best.
I went to -2 once. I didn't like it.
Not fun. And here's where things get remarkably uncomfortable as the airspeed increases and that negative G increases as well.
So my experience of negative G, albeit only -2, was that my eyes felt like they were going to burst. All the blood rushes to your head, you start to get a little bit of red in your vision, and that is blood in your eyeballs. It makes me quite squeamish, actually.
Yes, it is quite, and it's the opposite of positive G, right? And the human body can withstand a lot more positive than it can in the negative.
Yeah.
And there have been multiple instances of display pilots and aerobatic competitors even causing some blood vessels to pop because of
coming back looking rather more freckled and bloodshot eyes. Penultimate pass, which is a slow roll. A very slow roll.
Very graceful maneuver visually, but by far one of the most difficult maneuvers to perform well.
And what was striking there is seeing that roll performed at very low altitude, down at 100 feet, and remaining exactly on the level. Often, for a slow roll, you'll see the pilots pitch up a little bit and allow the nose to slice down over the course of the roll. They'll keep it subtle so not too many people notice, but no excuses there. And now, one of the famous attributes of air shows at Leszno coming round the bend, round Spotter's Corner for a photo pass. What a great display. That's polished, isn't it?
It's very nice.
Nary a check turn, nary a correction. Of course, we've got more Pilates action coming up over the course of the show because we have the PC7 team due to fly. If you are following us on YouTube during the practice sessions, we will be lucky to see them tomorrow around lunchtime. But then, of course, flying in the air show proper as well. So plenty more Pilates Turbo Trainer action to come tomorrow. But it is to the C-130 Hercules that we turn next, and I can see it in the far distance.
It has been lumbering out in front of us for quite a few minutes now, and it's going to be working its way inbound. Again, as you mentioned, Adam, perhaps a double rehearsal display.
I think so, and last year for the rehearsal, there was a limited use of flares, much larger use of flares for the show proper, but we might see some flares today. We'll keep our eyes peeled. The opening pass, I will warn you now, we will not be able to film very effectively because it comes right over the top of us, quite low and quite fast. It looks like the aircraft has rolled out in front of us in the distance over a rather lovely little church on the horizon, and get ready to see a Hercules display, the likes of which I've not seen from any other Air Force. If you think you've seen large four-engine transport aircraft performing at air shows before, well, let's speak again in 15 minutes' time. This is an aircraft that's coming towards the end, quite possibly, of its Polish Air Force service. It was only acquired between 2009 and 2012, but it's a second-hand C-130E from the United States, and they are relatively old, so they will soon be replaced by C-130Hs, again second-hand from the United States, albeit around about 10 years younger in terms of airframe hours, so a bit of a step up in capability there. Nonetheless, these aircraft have served well over the last decade or so, and they've supported ground troops on deployment in Chad and Afghanistan, among various other missions.
This airplane is also celebrating an anniversary. The first flight of the prototype version, the YC-130, was in 1954. So
I hadn't realized
effectively, since its first flight, she now turns 70 years old.
It's a remarkable service career, and yes, of course, the Hercules has changed a lot. There's not much in common aside from basic configuration between a C-130A and the latest C-130J-30 Super Herculeses that are rolling off the production line still today.
Continuing, yes,
but,
indeed. Arguably the most prolific military transport in the history of aviation.
I would argue probably one of the most influential and significant military aircraft designs of the post-war era. So not running in just yet, but still in the hold. and let's use this time firstly to explain a couple of the things that you might be seeing and hearing. There's some music in the background that you might be picking up. That is the band of the Polish Air Force, and they will be providing musical accompaniment to the air show proper tomorrow. Just doing some sound checks and rehearsals at the moment, but we will be broadcasting them properly during the air show. For the time being, it's just some ambient background noise that's likely being picked up. Another thing worth explaining is that we are going to have, as you might have seen in the promotional material, drones in the air during the air show, often operating inside the aerobatic box, although I should add in a very thorough and safe way. That is something that we will probably not be introducing today. The primary drone pilot is over at Szczecin Air Base, where many of these aircraft are basing from. It's up in Poznan, about a 10-minute flight north of here, but we will be bringing those into the broadcast tomorrow to give you a look at an air show that you've probably never seen before, as we literally chase down the aircraft with racing drones and feed that straight into our live feed. And that's all being managed by the expert team at Aerosparx Drones, who are the world leaders when it comes to drone filming. If you want to watch the air show proper, just a reminder that that will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com, our streaming service. If you want to sign up and you haven't already, then make use of our discount code. Use the code Leszno. That will get you 30% off your first 3 months, giving you access to our live broadcasts over the weekend. Also to our upcoming live broadcast later this summer, including the Royal International Air Tattoo and the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show, and to our 30-year back catalogue archive of programmes recorded right around the world, probably about 300 hours of content on there.
Given the exhaust in the distance from those 4 Allison T56 turboprops, looks like we're currently on the run-in to begin its performance.
Barreling in towards us, about to roll out, heading directly over the top of our camera position. Our camera position serves as the show centre marker, so this is going to be quite a sight. 500 feet for this pass. We're going to see it get considerably lower later on in the display. And this, I mentioned before, this display is gutsy. This first pass is impressive because it goes over the top of us, but oh my goodness, just wait until you see what happens over the next 15 minutes. Well, it looks, as far as I can see, like we might have managed to stay with that a bit longer than I thought. Didn't come straight over the top, went slightly to our right over the spotters area, but quite unusual for me as a Brit to see aircraft flying directly over the top
of the spectators.
It's just the Reds in the UK and the BBMF for their arrivals, but crowd overflights a little bit more common here. It's something that actually the Leszno Air Show innovated last year. It was almost unheard of in Poland before that, but they've worked out a few very interesting crowd overflights, specially choreographed, and we are going to see some of those over the next few days. But now the C-130 approaches round Spotter's Corner and a steep topside pass from the right, showing off the top surface of the aircraft. And these passes may be conducted at between 100 and 200 feet on the 230-metre line, so nicely low and close to us. And we're going to see some quite interesting manoeuvres demonstrated over the course of this display. Topside passes, steep turns, tactical approach, also a pass with the rear ramp open, and something a bit special inside the cargo compartment, which we'll try and get you a close-up look at when we do get that pass with the rear ramp open.
This is an E-model Hercules, one of the oldest variants of the type, introduced back in 1962. Poland has 5 examples of these aircraft. They're all second-hand airframes from the U.S. Air Force that were refurbished and effectively gifted to Poland as part of a bilateral military assistance grant. Another high-speed pass from the right. And And a lot of cheers as well, Adam, from those who are here enjoying watching the hurt go by.
Going down well, and that's a new manoeuvre for this year, that steep climb, which is rather impressive. Yeah, you were mentioning that, Grant. It's interesting the reasons why that came about, and fundamentally it's because Poland didn't have a heavy airlift capability, but badly needed one to fulfill its full NATO commitment. So the largest aircraft in their fleet at the time was the CASA C295M. I say CASA C295M. It's now, of course, an Airbus military product, CASA having been absorbed into that conglomerate. But in comparison, the C-130 has a much larger capacity, 90 passengers rather than 70, 17 tons of equipment up from 7.5. That being said, the CASA still remains an important part of the Polish Air Force fleet. It is operated more numerously than the Hercules, and they've got one painted up in a rather attractive special paint scheme called the Krakow Dragon. So if you're ever in Poland at a Polish air show, if there's a CASA C295M flying around, do keep an eye out to see if you can spot that special paint scheme. You've got to be looking for it. It's mostly grey in colour. It blends in with the general paint of the aircraft quite well, but quite an intricate dragon drawn onto the side of it. So I think this is the tactical approach coming up next. We'll see the nose pitching down.
Descending through about 4,000 feet, aiming for 100 foot, and we should see a low overshoot as it approaches the runway.
Dramatic wing rock performed sometimes over the course of that, but I would say it looks like the manoeuvre might not have been started quite as high as usual. Worth noting that one of the most famous spectacles at Antidotum Airshow Leszno, it's become an annual fixture since 2021. It happens after dark during the night show when the C-130 comes back to perform a limited display routine, and the highlight of that is a fly past in front of the crowd, flying mostly towards the audience for most of it, with a very lengthy flare release, about 15 seconds, everything in that aircraft will go. So that is something that is done at a handful of other air shows around the world. The Australian International Air Show does it as a matter of course, and I noticed there was something similar, albeit on a rather smaller scale, at Thunder over Louisville. Yes. But no one does it quite like the Polish, I would say. So that is always one of the most photographed moments, one of the most filmed moments, and we really look forward to bringing that to you.
The C-130 holding the record as the largest and heaviest aircraft ever to land on board an aircraft carrier.
Really?
Back in 1963.
Extraordinary.
Can you imagine an airplane of this size landing on an aircraft carrier? They did so in order to validate whether or not the Hercules could be utilized as a carrier onboard delivery aircraft, or a COD. And not only did it land on the aircraft carrier, it took off from it and did so 21 times.
Goodness. And do you know, was it modified in any way?
My understanding that it was a stock C-130 direct from the line. So
something from Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yep, I'm liable for doing such a thing. Some pretty fascinating photographs on the internet of that.
Oh, I'm going to seek those out later. So I'll be honest, at this point there has been substantial deviation from the published display routine that we've been provided with, but this, I think, a 360-degree turn with a very steep bank angle at points. And how often do you see a Hercules at that angle of bank? And it's going to get steeper, I suspect, as the turn is tightened up to capture initially the 450-metre line and later the 230-metre line as the aircraft comes back towards us. Yesterday, I'm convinced it was 80 degrees or more. This display was performed for the first time in 2021. It was debuted here at Leszno. A fairly limited performance in that instance, consisting of just 3 flypasts. But last year they really upped the ante and produced a full 15-minute display. And it is an improved version of that we see now. I'm going to put your knowledge to the test. Messi asks in the chat whether that Hercules that landed on the carrier used catch cables.
It did so without a tail hook, in fact. My understanding, it was done with reverse thrust and a lot of nerves. So,
is this well known? I'd never heard of it.
Yes, there's a couple. I think there's some footage on YouTube you can pull up that. That actually shows a couple of I want to call them a trap. It's not really a carrier trap. It very much is a conventional landing on the boat. But
so, interesting manoeuvre coming up next, and if there are going to be flares, this is where we'll see them. The aircraft has gained some height, around about 1,000 feet. It's going to turn back towards us and then perform a slight negative G bunt to point the nose directly down at us in a dive before braking away to our left-hand side. And as the aircraft brakes off to the left, we may see some flares. Tomorrow during the proper show, we definitely will see some flares. But it doesn't look like we're getting any for the time being. But who knows, we could get 2 practices, we could get flares later. We shall see. It is actually possible to land a C-130 Hercules here at Leszno, and it has been done. You might look at this and think, well, it's only a grass runway, but it's quite a long grass runway, and actually underneath the grass there have been substantial earthworks to keep it completely smooth and flat. The grass is really growing through the earthworks. So American Hercules have landed here on training exercises. We've also had jets here in the past. L-29 Delphine has landed here at Leszno for the air shows in 2022 and 23. I don't think we've got any jets planning to land here this time around. And the Hercules choosing to operate from its home base, I presume that makes it easier to rapidly load and unload flares between performances. Now this, I believe, will be a pass with the rear ramp open, and let's try and look inside the cargo bay, because I suspect they will have a little surprise for us. Oh, not today. The lights are on, but the flag that sits in front of those lights is not present. Tomorrow, when the Hercules will be performing under cover of darkness, you see this illuminated flag filling the rear ramp.
What a great iconic shot there of the Herc as it powers out and sets up for his next pass. You were talking, Adam, about the ability for this aircraft to land on grass. It also can land on dirt, on salt flats, and even ice, and can in fact land and fully come to a stop within 300 meters.
Yeah, it's worth noting there's 2 types of airlift aircraft. There's strategic airlift and tactical airlift. Now, strategic airlift deals with the big stuff. It's the likes of the C-5 Galaxy, where you need to be able to move a lot of equipment on a regular basis. And then there's tactical airlift, which is the more specialized roles. It might involve going into hostile territory and landing on austere strips. And this C-130 Hercules has been designed from the ground up as a tactical airlifter. So in terms of things like stall performance, yeah, it is very impressive.
The Hercules additionally has been used widely as an aerial refueling platform, as a cargo transport, medical evacuation airlifter, reconnaissance asset, and even as tactical gunships.
Coming in rather high now, and I'm wondering whether this is going to be for another tactical approach, perhaps? It doesn't look like it. Or perhaps a rehearsal of a flare dump?
That's what I was thinking. I was wondering perhaps this is just a run-through of the night flare dump that we'll get to see
Well,
tomorrow
normally
and
that's
Saturday.
performed towards the crowd, but it is a new updated sequence for this year, so we'll see what they have in store for us.
And of course, it could just be a repositioning pass as they set up for another run-through.
It may well be. Yes, and this is, while we did see the C-130 practice yesterday, you were back in the hangars meeting and greeting, and Ian and I were up here setting up, so we haven't had a good chance to see this year's display sequence in person yet. We've been provided with a document outlining a maneuver list, but it looks like that is not entirely accurate, so we don't have full situational awareness at the moment as to exactly what this aircraft is going to be doing, but hopefully by tomorrow we'll have got a practice or two under our belts, and we'll have a better expectation and be able to guide you through it. I'm sorry, I interrupted you earlier.
Oh, not at all. We're continuing to watch the C-130 here as it makes its run-in. Such a fabulous airplane. I enjoy watching, particularly the older models with the original Allison engines in them, just for the exhaust. It makes for a fun trail to follow.
Dropping down again to probably around 200 feet. And I wonder if this will be a wing rock. Final pass. Well, JDS Aviation Adventures has found the video proof of a C-130 landing on an aircraft carrier.
It's true.
He described it as amazing to watch. So I'm going to find that in the hotel later. Worth saying for the Hercules that this is still a highly relevant aircraft, and actually, even though it's been replaced in some air forces by the likes of the Atlas, the A400M, when the French and German air forces took delivery of the A400M, they found that it didn't quite do everything they wanted. It couldn't fully replace the Hercules, and so they found themselves buying a small fleet of C-130Js to supplement the A400M fleet. The A400M, in some cases, it's lacking some of the tactical capabilities, but also just being that bit bigger, that bit more complex, that bit costlier to operate. And the C-130, by comparison, is a simple, rugged, reliable workhorse. It just does what it's told.
Continuing to be produced by Lockheed Martin. Actually, in fact, Adam, I recall reading here fairly recently that the U.S. Air Force Special Operations Command was looking at outfitting a couple of J-model Super Hercules, no kidding, with like pontoons for float operations. I'm not sure where that program stands at the moment, or whether it was able to get the funding to do such a thing. But
I recall seeing the headline, yes.
There were a couple of pretty fascinating renderings with the big floats underneath the airplane.
And you mentioned refueling capability. In fact, that is one of the capabilities of that mixed French-German fleet that I mentioned. They've been fitted with pods out on the wingtip. They can refuel fast jets via the hose and drogue method. Well, it looks like the C-130 is departing, but it does have a 45-minute slot. It still has the airspace for another half hour, so I suspect we'll see them go away, reset, maybe come back and practice their night show routine, and then probably come and do another full run-through of the day show as well. Maybe second time around we will get some flares as well. Fingers crossed. Now, would I say welcome to Captain Jerry Donnelly, who has just joined us as a Planes TV channel supporter. That's a really nice way of supporting us and getting out and about doing some of these free streams on YouTube. I would also point out at this stage, if you have joined us recently and you've not heard us talking about this yet, we have an on-demand streaming service, watch.planestv.com. That's where we put all of our archive material covering air shows all the way back to 1989. It's also where we broadcast some of our live streams, and that will include the live stream of the main public air show here in Leszno tomorrow afternoon and evening, and again on Saturday afternoon and evening. So if you want to watch the air show proper, head over to watch.planestv.com, sign up over there, and you will get access to that. It is exclusively on that streaming service, not on YouTube, but we do have a discount code, so if you use the code Leszno, that will get you 30% off your first 3 months. I should also point out that in just over a month, actually no, it'll be happening right now. In exactly 1 month, we will be live from the Royal International Air Tattoo. The main show days for that will also be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. While I'm doing the general housekeeping, I think I should also reintroduce the fellow sitting next to me because he will be unfamiliar to many Plains TV regulars, I suspect, coming from the other side of the Atlantic as he does. But the voice comes from Luke Carrico, airshow announcer extraordinaire from the States. And if you are an airshow fan from the States, then I'm sure you would have heard Luke's voice through the tannoy many times. Yes, and it's a great pleasure to be here in Leszno, across the pond, and enjoying some different flair, some different airshow culture, and some great innovation as it pertains to this particular show here at Leszno. So glad to be here and joining you, Adam. Thanks for having me. We are really thrilled to have you with us. Now, it looks to me like the Hercules might be running in again towards us from the front, so we'll get a camera on that shortly if we haven't already. The signature smoke trails bearing down on us. Ash Studios asks if the rest of the Plains TV crew has arrived from the airport yet. Yes, they have, and that is why, as you may have noticed, we now have multiple cameras filming the action, and we also have the ability to change between the various different cameras as the show goes on. So previously it was just Luke and I commentating, and then one camera with Ian behind it doing the real work, as he likes to term it. But now we have the full complement, nearly. We are still awaiting the arrival of the drone crews tomorrow. They've been on site earlier today setting up, but they're over at Szczecin Air Base at the moment, about 50 miles north of here, on the outskirts of Poznan. That's the base of the Tiger demo team, incidentally, and it's where most of the military assets will be basing from. So, arriving from the front for what I suspect will be a second full run-through of its display routine, the C-130E Hercules of the 14th Airlift Squadron of the Polish Air Force. And I think it's worth acknowledging just how unusual it is nowadays to see a full display profile from a large airlifter, but particularly remarkable when it comes from a small fleet of just 5 aircraft. The effort in putting a display together, rehearsing it, the number of hours it takes from the crew and the entire squadron is quite notable. So the fact that they have been able to do this with such limited resources is extraordinary. Arriving from the left, round the corner, here comes the Hercules again for a topside pass, probably rolling out a little bit, shallowing out that bank angle as it comes down the line, and then feeding in that bank again as it comes past us.
Operated by more than 60 air arms across the globe, more than 2,500 of these aircraft have been built.
Now this, if I've learned the routine correctly from our previous viewing, is going to be a low pass with a pitch up into a climb, look probably around 30 degrees or so nose high. New manoeuvre for the display this year. Asks where is Adrian. Adrian's not with us this weekend, although I saw him in the chat earlier. He is watching along from home, and he will be joining us for some of our upcoming live broadcasts. The Royal International Air Tattoo, for example.
That pitch up there, Adam, reminiscent of our beloved C-130 Hercules Fat Albert belonging to the Blue Angels.
Yes, and the current Fat Albert is an ex-Royal Air Force Hercules. Ooh, is it a C4 or a C5? I think it's a C4, but a C-130J as it's known in American service, but the previous one, a C-130T, a shortened, stubbier version, which I thought looked rather attractive, actually.
Yeah.
Have you seen, silly question, of course you've seen the new Fat Albert
on multiple occasions, and I am now old enough to, having had the chance to see the JATO, the jet-assisted takeoff with Bert back in the day as well, which was,
I was
pretty incredible.
Born too late. So another shot at the tactical approach, starting a little bit higher on this occasion. It's interesting you mentioned Fat Albert. I would say along with this one, is that the only full C-130 demonstration profile? I know it's not nearly as long as this, but the only other one that is a permanent fixture on the airshow circuit globally?
As a permanent fixture, I believe that you're correct in that regard. I've got a close buddy of mine who, in fact, actually stepped up for the U.S. Air Force here within the past couple of years, the official to them KC-135 demonstration, and had mentioned to me that going through the regulations of what they could and could not do, in fact, found for the U.S. Air Force indeed a fully qualified, put-together C-130 demo that unfortunately none of us have seen. So perhaps here in future years, that's for all you Herc pilots and crew joining us.
Please make it happen.
Please make that happen. That would make us very happy.
Because, of course, a lot of the displays by the non-standard demo teams in the States are technically classed as flybys, aren't they?
They are, and are typically limited in terms of altitude and speed, and, of course, how many flybys they can perform. There's some variations to that, and, of course, some waivers that can be achieved to do a little more. But for myself personally, this is the most dynamic C-130 display I think I've seen.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. We've got similar rules in the UK, so a full display has to be PDA'd, it's a public display authority. You can do something at a lesser level called a roll demonstration, where it can only be operational manoeuvres, and then there's a fly past, which can be up to 3 passes, but with no dynamic manoeuvring. And that's what we saw from the final RAF Hercules appearance at Cosford last year, for example. It's a strikingly fast roll rate. I've seen C-130s in steep banks before, but what I don't think I've seen before is the bank just being kicked in so quickly.
Wingspan of the C-130 about 40 meters, and one thing I like to share with airshow audiences at home is the fact that the Wright brothers could have performed their entire first flight on top of the wingspan of a C-130.
So this, I think, is the 360-degree turn. That's dramatic as it comes straight towards us and then reverses the direction of roll. Chris, I saw asking if the tanks under the wings were for flares. They are fuel tanks. The flares are carried internally in flare dispensers that are built into the fuselage itself. A capacity of over 300 flares on the Chinook. And typically with the Polish Air Force display, we see perhaps a couple of dozen flares used during the daytime show, but well over 300 being used in the night show, all in the space of about 15 seconds. So an extremely impressive sight, and one that I haven't seen rivaled anywhere else. There is quite a rakish bank angle. My goodness.
Easily approaching some 75 degrees.
Yeah. Shallowing out a little bit now. I guess being able to ease in from the 450 to the 230 meter line.
I love the approach coming around the turn.
the aircraft that will replace these, the C-130Hs, I believe, have already been delivered to Poland, and they are currently undergoing modification and improvement work prior to entering service. And as far as I know, it hasn't yet been decided whether they will replace these aircraft or if they will supplement them. They will probably replace some of them, because some of the aircraft in the fleet are really getting on a bit at the moment, but they might not fully replace the C-130Es. Now we're going to get that negative G bunt again. It was performed in what is, in my experience, a slightly non-standard way a couple of moments ago, so let's see if it looks a little bit different this time as the aircraft rolls out towards us at about 1,000 feet, and let's see, we probably won't, but let's see if we get some flares. It's possible. Once again, no flares today then. The main difference between the C-130E we see here and the C-130Hs that will replace it, aside from the age of the airframe as a whole, is the increase in power. So this aircraft has an Allison T56A7. Its replacements will have a T56A15, and that results in a 1.5 ton increase in payload capacity.
We were talking, Adam, a bit about this aircraft holding the record as the largest and heaviest aircraft to land on an aircraft carrier. It also has the ability to deliver a variety of containers and troops and such out that rear loading door. And as a fairly unconventional weapon, the MC-130, a variant of this aircraft, holds the world record of dropping the largest conventional bomb, the Moab, or the GBU-43, ever to be used in combat.
Well, there's the loading ramp being demonstrated now. It has been lowered. And as I mentioned earlier, tomorrow there will be an interesting sight inside the cargo bay, which they will bank away from us to show us. Not there today, though. Now, as the sun starts to get a little bit lower in the sky, it is, I think, worth mentioning that this is a rather special air show. It goes late into the night, and yes, the light is a little bit harsh at the moment. We're being sheltered slightly by a layer of thin cloud, but as the evening goes on, the sun will sink and sit on the horizon right in front of us, and typically the sunsets here are spectacular. I've never seen a truly bad sunset here in Leszno, but the best ones are absolutely magical. And tomorrow, this C-130 will be displaying right around 10 minutes before sunset. It will get the best skies, along with the Swedish SK.60 of the day. And the show will continue long after dark until almost 11 p.m. local time. So moving into some pyro shows after that very busy hour or so of military performances around sunset. So what, we think this is going to be a flare dump tomorrow, this high level pass?
I'm quite wondering, given the low altitude nature of the rest of the routine and the display, perhaps that'll be the that's the dry run, if you will, for the big flare dump. So we will see.
Table asks, is the F-16 rehearsing today? The answer to that question is yes, and just to remind you of the running order, I shall read this out in order. Any times will be in Polish local time, which is 2 hours ahead of UTC, but over the rest of today we're expecting to see the Leszno debut of the M346 Bilik solo display, Flying Legends Corsair, Aerobatic Team Orlik from the Polish Air Force, the SK.60 of the Swedish Air Force, Red Bull's Alpha Jets, and the Tiger demo team flying the F-16 will be flying at 20:37. After that, there's a possibility of a few more odds and ends, but that part of the schedule has still been changing pretty regularly at the moment. So we will update you further on the plans for the end of the flying display later on, but I'll repeat the slot time for the Tiger demo team, currently showing on the web page being run by the flying display director as 20:37 local time. So this, the final pass of the C-130's day show profile, and it will be a wing rock. If you're not familiar with Leszno and your Polish geography, we are currently in the west of Poland, southwest of Poland, around about midway between the major cities of Poznan and Wrocław. Quite an easy show to get to, so if you do find yourself watching this and thinking that you'd like to come in person next year, you can fly into Poznan or Wrocław relatively cheaply from the UK. My flights cost me £25.98 return, and then you can obviously hire a car if you want to, although I would warn you the parking is all off-site here. I think the easiest way is to stay in Leszno, walk in every day. There are some fairly local hotels, or you can stay up in Poznan, and as a matter of course the airshow run free airshow shuttle trains down from Poznan. They don't cost anything if you have an airshow ticket, journey time of around an hour. So we've got around about 10 minutes to go until our next anticipated display, which is the M346 Bilik of the Polish Air Force. Of course, there's a possibility that it might arrive a little late or a little early, so we'll try and keep our eye out for it. So, as I mentioned, the next display we think is going to be the M346 Bilik, the Leszno debut of this display, and with good reason, because it is brand new to the airshow circuit. Its first airshow was last year at the Radom Airshow. I was there, and it's pretty good, a lot noisier than I expected. That was its only display of the 2023 season, but it's now a full demonstration team flying a busy calendar of events this year, and I believe some modifications to the display routine as well. Particular significance for Leszno, though, because the pilot is a Leszno local. So we think we've got around about 5 to 10 minutes to go before we need to look out for that M346. But we shall be bringing that to you as soon as it begins. The C-130, by the way, tomorrow, I know we've mentioned it before, but I'll be really clear about that in case you've tuned in recently and missed some of the explanation. We are expecting 2 C-130 displays as part of the airshow tomorrow. One of them will be the full solo demonstration that we have just seen, and the other is a limited night show. It's going to last about 3 minutes, but it will include the firing of over 300 flares. So we are looking forward to that. It's typified the airshow at Leszno. It's one of those moments that if you've seen any of the social media coverage of this event over the years, that is one of the images that gets shared really often. Did you just hear a bit of jet noise, or was that my imagination?
I did, and I'm not totally sure whether or not that jet noise was, in fact, jet noise, or perhaps just the highway that's not too far from here, and perhaps just a truck going by. But we are expecting the M346 at some point, so who knows? We'll find out here momentarily.
Yeah, really good display this, and we've seen on Planes TV many times before the Italian M346 Master, or technically I should say T346 Master, for Italian Air Force Service, and we'll be seeing that again at the Royal International Air Tattoo. This display is a slightly different character. I think it's louder. It's a bit tighter to the crowd, I would say, in some manoeuvres, so we're not necessarily going to see some of the manoeuvres like the... there's people pointing cameras behind us. We're wondering if we're going to see the C-130 from the rear. I'll finish my sentence until I get interrupted by some Allisons. No, I won't. It's perilous trying to predict what happens here on practice day.
Anything goes.
I'm wondering if this could be the 3-minute night show routine that we're seeing. If so, I would expect the aircraft to approach crowd rear as we've just seen, and then conduct a repositioning turn to fly back towards us at a similar sort of altitude, and that is when the flare dump will occur. No flares today.
And it's my understanding, Adam, that the aircraft, as part of the full flare dump display, is going to be flown fairly late. I mean, it'll be quite dark.
It will be full darkness by the time we see that flare dump. Is giving the camera operators a workout there, coming almost over the top of
right
us.
over top.
Yeah, so what I was saying about the M346, we're used to seeing from the Italians some manoeuvres that showcase the surprising power of the aircraft, like a half vertical 8, for example, which is performed immediately after a low-speed 360-degree turn, so demonstrating the turn of power even after those relatively low-speed high-G manoeuvres, but in this case, we're seeing a more compact demonstration from the Polish version. So what you're seeing now on the screen is the arrival of Team Blanix, 2 L-13 Blanic gliders from the fantastic Austrian display team, and they will be one of our sunset acts tomorrow. Absolutely serene. They will display in silence with live orchestral music accompanying them, and with smoke coming off the wingtips, pyro coming off the wingtips, and it is just a wonderfully graceful performance. We'll see them doing some not formation aerobatics, but synchronized aerobatics, and then some extreme close formation flypasts at the end. So what you're looking at now is the Antonov An-2, formerly used by the French Air and Space Force parachute team, Team Phoenix. If you didn't join us in time to see that jump, then of course there's replay functionality on YouTube, so do go back and take a look at some point. We very much enjoyed that, and quite different from a lot of the other parachute displays that we've seen on the circuit. So a few minutes away now from the M346 Bielik display. This an aircraft that is hugely significant to the Polish Air Force because it's part of the transition away from Soviet-era combat aircraft to newer jets like the F-16 and soon the F-35. And with that, the Air Force identified a serious capability gap in its flight training system because its previous training aircraft, the venerable TS-11 Iskra, which was designed in the 1960s, was technologically obsolete and it wasn't certified to provide training for 4th and 5th generation fighters. It didn't even have any digital cockpit instrumentation. So in 2013, Poland selected the M346 Master, or the Bielik as it's known in Polish service, to provide that capability. A total of 16 were ordered for the Polish Air Force Academy in Deblin. The first arrived in 2016 and the last was delivered in 2022. There were some problems initially. They weren't fully capable of simulating certain weapon systems, for example, and that had to be added through a major upgrade package. But the upgrades were completed in 2022, and now, for the first time in many years, the Polish Air Force can undertake full pilot training domestically rather than sending pilots abroad. As I mentioned a moment ago, last year was the first time that the M346 was put through its paces at an air show with a fully aerobatic sequence in the hands of the Polish Air Force. The pilot is Major Adrian Chudzinski, a native of the Leszno area, and he recently became the first Polish pilot to exceed 1,000 hours on the Bielik.
Well, high and overhead, Adam, an aircraft that simply will not go away, the C-130. Continuing to, as we were talking a bit earlier, I believe, just rehearse through the night profile, if I had to guess.
That's my best guess, and C-130 fans are certainly getting their money's worth today.
The thing is this thing will disappear for minutes on end, and we think it's going somewhere else. And yet it returns.
And we've got a slight limitation from our commentary position here because the stage from which the live music is coming is positioned directly behind us, and that is obstructing our view to the rear. And as you have just seen, there are a number of crowd rear arrivals over the course of Antidotum Airshow Leszno, so they catch us by surprise somewhat. Well, I wonder if that's him heading for home.
I would say, Adam, considering the tightness of the formal display, I bet he's probably heading back to base at this point. So
I would think so as well. It is a very tight display. I'm used to seeing when there is a large transport aircraft performing at an air show, gaps of perhaps a minute, 90 seconds, sometimes 2 minutes between each pass as they gently reposition. But that was staying within maybe perhaps 3 miles of the airfield during the main portion of its show, routinely being back on top of us just 40 or 50 seconds after its previous pass. Fantastic bit of airshow choreography. So, I think we have eyes on the M346 and are working on getting cameras on the M346 and not running in just yet. But now it looks like that is the start of a run-in, and the entry pass will be at 250 to 300 knots and then a pitch up to 60 degrees nose high, followed by a split S. Although, given that's not what we've seen at all, perhaps what we are instead getting, given this is one of the pilot's first ever airshow appearances, is a bit of a recce, looking at the airfield, looking at the display line, all of the colourful markers out on the grass in front of us, denoting where he should be flying, and just enjoying a good look at the venue. It can't be easy flying a high-speed fast jet at an air show at a grass airstrip without a big, well-defined runway.
Big runway as a marker piece.
Yeah.
Yes. And of course, every air show is different. And we were talking a bit, Adam, earlier today about some of the differences between a lot of the teams, both single ship and formation here in Europe and in the United States, where in many cases at a lot of European air shows, for the new pilots who perhaps have not flown that site before, sometimes their first run into the display areas, their first time they've seen the site, which is not something we see too often in the States. Typically we try to take Thursday and Friday to do a full rehearsal, but it appears that we're getting kind of a recce flight here by the M346 at this time.
Yeah, it was also interesting talking about the different ways that we've marked out the line, and here it's big dashed markers out on the grass, and in the States you need to have a full artificial show line, at least for the jet teams. This is looking more purposeful, isn't it? I think we have begun.
I think we have, and I'll tell you one thing that stood out for me with this aircraft that I've watched only from afar on YouTube is its acceleration.
Yeah.
And even for a non-afterburning aircraft is, as you mentioned, very loud.
So now a derry turn into a 360-degree maximum rate turn. The exits from this turn will be inverted. This design actually started out as a joint project between Russia and Italy, but the two parties later split to go their own way. They had slightly different operational priorities. Russia produced the Yak 130 and Italy's Alenia Emaki proceeded with the M346. The first all-Italian version of the jet made its first flight in 2004 and customer deliveries began in 2009. It's in use with 10 air arms. The largest operators are Italy, Poland, Israel and Singapore. They all use the M346 in the training role, but notably it is far more than a mere trainer. It is a fully combat-capable aircraft. Turkmenistan, for example, uses it in the light attack role, and it's also designed to be able to take on various missions such as maritime patrol and air policing for only around 10% of the cost per flight hour of doing the equivalent missions in a more advanced fourth-generation fighter like the Typhoon.
Completing the inverted pass, setting up next for a cloverleaf.
Yes, and this is something that you won't get an awful lot of in the States, because this is going to be on the B-axis, flown directly towards us initially, and then twisting through 90 degrees on the up line to depart off to our left. Exiting that quarter clover now, departing right to left. This is one of my favourite manoeuvres coming up. It's another of those on-crowd manoeuvres, and it's going to be an on-crowd barrel roll. You might hear a bit of engine noise now, because passing us as it taxis by in preparation for its display practice is the Corsair of Flying Legends. But here, first, is the on-crowd barrel roll.
And decelerating now for a slow speed pass from the right.
Yeah, and this one being performed at 20 degrees angle of attack. Now, what exactly does that mean?
Angle of attack, or AOA, talks about the pitch, the nose, the pitch of the nose as it is relevant to the aircraft's direction of flight. We would call this, often in the States, a high alpha pass, right? High angle of attack. Slowing it down to well below, I would probably say, final approach speed, of course, and getting about 20 degrees alpha here on this pass.
Yeah, and then about to plug in the engines and climb at 45 degrees nose high. And you talked about the aircraft's acceleration being impressive. Well, not acceleration there, but maintaining speed in a steep climb all the way up to 3,000 feet at the top of that climb. And it's just not what you would expect from a non-afterburning training aircraft.
Absolutely.
So another on-crowd roll manoeuvre, and this time it will be two rolls, a pair of loaded barrel rolls towards us, then a high G turn to depart on the right 45-degree line with another 2.5 rolls, but the second 2.5 will be aileron rolls rather than barrel rolls, so you'll notice the aircraft tracking a much more consistent flight path over the course of the latter two rolls.
The barrel rolls, of course, loaded with more G. Very much a combination of a loop and a roll, if you will, maintaining 1+ G, if not more, around the full 360 degrees. And of course, the aileron rolls, like we're seeing now, full stick deflection to the left.
And a good chance to look at the plan form of this aircraft in the next flyby, which will be in the knife edge, by which we mean at 90 degrees angle of bank. Possibly a little bit more than 90 degrees, in fact, to maintain the illusion, given that the aeroplane is slightly above us. And now repositioning once again to arrive from the centre. And this will be for an Immelmann, by which we mean half a loop and then typically half a roll. But in this case, it's going to be multiple rolls at the top of this Immelmann.
We can watch the exhaust for the onset of G right about now.
Thought the exhaust does stand out unusually well on this, as it being quite a modern aircraft as well. It creates quite some visible smoke trails.
It does, but of course has a great deal of acceleration, so I assume it is burning a lot of gas. And
now here's a classic American airshow manoeuvre. You'll be very familiar with this kind of thing. We don't get it too much in Britain. The aircraft will go behind us now in order to set up from the other side. And yeah, you get this a lot in the States. The Polish do it quite well, the French do it very well, and this is a dedication pass.
Big arcing pass from the right to the left. This pass will be flown at 450 knots in just 100 feet.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see. I'm not used to seeing a jet aircraft down at 100 feet in anything other than straight and level flight. But the magic of Polish air shows, the magic of Leszno, and it helps that there's a really unconstricted display area here, not much in the way of trees and buildings.
And 100 feet indeed.
And we may get one last pass to say farewell to us, but that is the end of the published display sequence for the M346, and I really enjoyed that.
It's a magnificent display. It's very nice. A lot of noise, a lot of dynamic maneuvering, and I enjoy, actually, like we were just talking about, just watching some of the exhaust from the engine as it goes through the various onsets of G on all the different display axes.
So, shall we place bets? Do we reckon this is going to be a wing rock?
I don't know, but he is certainly hauling the bacon from the left. There are many airplanes, Adam, that I would love to fly, and I think I've just added the M346 to that list.
I just have a thing for trainers.
Yeah.
I love Alpha Jets. I love M346s. I think, to me, part of the appeal is the fact that they handle like fighters, but at much lower speeds. So we've got some Warbird action coming up in a moment for the first time here at Leszno 2024 with the Corsair of George Raab's Flying Legends organisation holding short of the runway. You also might be able to see slowly making their way down the display line a pair of glider trailers. Those are the Team Blanix trailers that we spotted out on the road coming into the airfield a few moments ago. So they will be arriving probably to rig their gliders tonight, I would imagine. So I think we can expect to see two L-13s slowly being built out to our right. It will probably only take them an hour or two, if that.
Ian made a comment earlier about those aircraft arriving, and I was most perplexed by that statement, considering the fact that they are indeed full gliders. They're not motor gliders, but it makes sense now, seeing the trailers roll up. So.
And how familiar are you with Team Blanix? Is this something that you know about?
I do, yes, and only from just watching various videos on YouTube and coverage from Plains TV, of course, but big fan of their sort of smoke work that they do with their opening sort of heart maneuver at altitude, and usually accompanied by some nice music in a variety of the venues.
Lined up on the runway and starting to roll. Here goes George Raab in the F4U Corsair. And this is not just a Leszno debut, but a global airshow debut, because until recently this Corsair, serial number 124541, was owned by Max Alpha Aviation, and under their ownership it had been very rarely seen in public. But it was widely regarded as one of the finest Warbird restorations in Europe. Last year, 124541 entered new ownership with George Raab's Warbird collection Flying Legends, and now we are about to see a practice for its first public airshow appearance in George Raab's ownership. It is George himself at the controls. He's going to be displaying two of his Warbirds here in Leszno over the course of Antidotum Airshow, because he will also be flying his P-51D Mustang Francis Dell. I've seen George display once before at Paris Air Legend last year in Francis Dell, and it is entertaining. He flies you get the feeling he's extracting a lot of the potential performance out of the aircraft, particularly in terms of power, and nicely close to the crowd as well at times.
You talk a bit about power, the aircraft and its power plant. The Pratt & Whitney R2800 double WASP radial engine was at the time the most powerful and largest capacity power plant of any fighter, and became the fastest American single-engine fighter of its day, capable of speeds in excess of 700 kilometers an hour.
Of course, part of that thanks to its 13-foot diameter propeller as well, which was the largest propeller ever applied to a single-engine fighter at that time. That created a few design compromises, though, because the propeller was so large that without some rather interesting design choices, it would simply strike the ground all the time. The maximum sensible length of the landing gear wasn't sufficient to give ground clearance, so the aircraft has long landing gear legs. It has to adopt a rather strange nose-up posture on the ground, but it also has that distinctive inverted gull wing design. That has made forward visibility and ground handling extremely difficult, and it was a notoriously challenging aircraft to land. Many hundreds, unfortunately, were lost in accidents, far more than were ever lost in combat. And the Corsair was at one point considered so dangerous that the US Navy banned it from operating from aircraft carriers, even though that was its primary intended role.
The bent-winged bird, as it went on to be known, also that of Whistling Death, a moniker that was given by Japanese forces in the Pacific. And you talked a bit, Adam, about that bent-wing design helping to sort of aid to get that nearly 13-foot propeller off the ground as best that they can, because you were right. It had a lot of issues with striking the old wooden straight-decked aircraft carriers of the time, and for a while the Navy actually rejected this airplane, gave it to the United States Marine Corps for land-based operations, and of course did the modifications, and crews figured out how to fly it, how to land on the carrier, do so safely.
It was the Fleet Air Arm that worked out how to do it safely. And basically the key was a very carefully calibrated curved approach that allowed a view of the carrier at a 20-degree angle out of the side for almost the entire duration of the approach, and then that technique was adopted by the US Navy to allow for carrier operations. But even after that, the Corsair was primarily flown from land bases for the bulk of its service career. Despite those operational challenges, though, spectacularly successful in combat. Arguably the most effective fighter in the Pacific theatre, credited with 2,000 air-to-air kills to fewer than 200 combat losses, and that gives it an unsurpassed kill-to-loss ratio of 11-1 in the Second World War. Having said that, the Corsair did often go up against soft targets like relatively untrained kamikaze pilots who didn't present as much of an aerial threat as some other targets might have done, and the general dangers of flying Corsairs never fully went away. While only 200 were lost in combat, more than 1,000 were destroyed in other accidents. A big thank you to Captain Jerry Donnelly for his super chat of $2. And yes, also remarking, like us, on the gull-wing design of the aircraft. And I see also comments on the PZL 130 Orliks of Team Orlik, who are inbound to Leszno. Yes, we are expecting to see them at 19:17 local time, right after this Corsair practice. Corsair currently in the hold, and due to be on slot in 1 minute from now. And 19:05 is his published slot time.
Well, it appears as the Corsair continues to work high overhead, we've recovered, Adam, yet another Cirrus here on site.
Yes, and I'm going to put my very poor GA recognition skills to the test and assert that maybe that was an SR-20 rather than SR-22.
I believe you are accurate in that regard. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Slightly different wingtips. But this looks like it's going to be the start of a display, doesn't it? And George beginning his sequence with a loop.
Over 12,570 of these aircraft were built, with the last few coming off the production line back in 1953 and delivered to the French Air Arm. And even though the Corsair was used primarily during World War II, the Corsair, in fact, saw action during the Korean conflict as well, and the only Allied ace of the Korean War who didn't fly the U.S. Air Force's F-86 Sabre actually flew this, an F-4U Corsair.
I'm glad he mentioned Korea, because actually there's a Korea link with this aircraft. This aeroplane flew in the Korean War, and it is in fact the only surviving Korean War Corsair veteran. In Korea, the Corsair was used mainly in the close air support role, but also for ground attack and anti-armor missions. but with the advent of the first jet fighters, and particularly the very lightweight MiG-15, it eventually found itself outmoded. It could outmaneuver a MiG in a twisting, turning dogfight, but in terms of speed and acceleration, there really was no contest. After being withdrawn from American service, this particular aircraft was handed over to the Argentine Navy. They used it up until 1964 when it was damaged in a landing accident, and after that it was put on display in a museum in Buenos Aires before being brought to Europe in 1991 for restoration back to flying condition. And as I mentioned earlier, an extremely rare airshow participant up until now, but hopefully in new ownership, something that we will be seeing out on the circuit rather more regularly.
Great sound there of the double Wasp radial engine, 18 cylinders, producing just over about 2,000 horsepower.
Yeah, it is a great sound, isn't it? Almost caught myself calling it a noise. It's not a noise.
It is not a noise.
It's
it
a
is
sound. It's music.
Music, yes, indeed. I was going to say artful sound, but music, I believe, is the correct vocabulary term for that. I very much appreciate George's efforts to work sort of the 45-degree angle onto the crowd line. Gives us a great look at that bent wing shape of the Corsair.
I did just spot a question in the chat whether we would be broadcasting the airshow proper on Friday and Saturday. The answer is yes. We'll be broadcasting tomorrow here on YouTube initially for the final practice session, but then we'll be broadcasting the main airshow from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Over on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. If you go and sign up over there, you can use the code Leszno. That will get you 30% off your first 3 months. It will gain you access to the Antidotum Airshow live broadcasts over the next 2 days, as well as access to our other upcoming live broadcasts, including the Royal International Air Tattoo and our 30-year archive of older programmes. Lovely topside pass. So we've just seen the gull wing design from the front, as you mentioned, and then we see the wings from the top surface. Always a photographer pleaser, those topside passes.
The Japanese gave this aircraft the moniker Whistling Death, and that was due to the intake for the aircraft's turbo supercharger, the intercooler, and the oil cooler. They were located in slots on the inboard leading edges of the wings, and in particular flight regimes, you'll even just get a little bit of this whistle, particularly on the run-ins for various strafes and bomb runs.
And on the subject of whistling, well, the Mustang, of course, famous for whistling.
Oh, absolutely.
George's Mustang in particular, I don't know if it's something to do with the configuration of the aircraft or if it's the way he flies it. I have never heard a Mustang make quite such an obvious and distinctive whistle as George in his.
We talk a lot today about multi-role fighters, right? You know, the F-16 being a multi-role fighter, being able to excel well in both air-to-air and air-to-ground. But it was, you know, during World War II that the Corsair was very much a multi-role fighter as well, with the capability to, serve as a night fighter, a high-altitude fighter. It excelled quite well in that regime too, and a fighter bomber, and in some cases as a photo reconnaissance aircraft.
Another photo pass. Yeah, it's easy to forget that while terms like multi-role and omni-role are common to modern parlance, buzzwords if you like, they're not new concepts, and my mind's drawn to a conversation that we were having earlier today before the broadcast started, talking about the Hurricane, which of course famous as a fighter but served in many roles, and some that you might not expect, including effectively as a courier aircraft, a liaison courier that transported documents around in the very early days of the Normandy invasion. One of the only ways that you could get physical messages
That's right.
Into Normandy to the commanders out there in the field.
Typically doing so with the L-birds, as we call them, the liaison aircraft.
Yes, the L-birds being most famous for that role, although it was in fact a Hurricane that was the first aircraft to land in Normandy and then take off again. So, I'm sure the viewers will have a better view of this because they're looking through Ian's enormously long lens, but we just have the Mark 1 eyeball. Do I detect the landing gear having come down? I'm told no in my ear.
No, okay.
This is a figment of my imagination. It's been a long day.
Well, you know, you've got the Mark 1 eyeball, right? And you watch these performances, and often when they sort of swing out. Now, of course, Ian told you that he doesn't have the landing gear down. If you take a look, he does indeed have the landing gear down. So I think you were off by just a couple of seconds.
Yes.
So typically, as part of the performances, you can kind of start to see that deceleration, typically for what would be a dirty pass, right, with the landing gear and the flaps extended, or perhaps a landing approach. So.
Yeah, I think it's come to
a couple of giveaways.
The end of the sequence as far as I have it written down in front of me. So I would anticipate this being a landing, and we might be able to get a demonstration perhaps of that curved approach.
Perhaps. He has sort of overshot the runway just by a little bit, so we'll see if he'll be pushing inbound for a full stop, or perhaps just...
I don't imagine it'll be a dirty photo pass.
Dirty photo pass? Well, probably not, but...
That looks to me like a curving approach into land, and you'll see quite a group of spotters has now appeared on the road at the runway threshold. They'll pop into shot as the aircraft drops below the horizon. A very popular spot for those who don't have the spotter pass to come inside the airport proper. The official spotter zone is also starting to fill out nicely.
Typically aboard an aircraft carrier as part of naval operations, you'll see a bunch of pictures of Corsairs making that approach to the carrier, and even on takeoff too, where they'll always have the canopy rolled back. And that purpose was for one purpose only, and that was to evacuate the aircraft in the case that they had to ditch at the last moment.
So we're expecting next the PZL-130 Orliks of Aerobatic Team Orlik, the main aerobatic team of the Polish Air Force nowadays. They used to be the secondary team after Biała-Czerwona Iskra, but they were disbanded in 2021, leaving just Team Orlik. And they are currently holding out on the very extended centre line. I'm waiting to see whether we get 4 or 5 Orliks, because officially they are a 5-ship team this year, and the sequence card I've been given is for a 5-ship display, but they were displaying over the last couple of weekends as a 4-ship act. You wouldn't really know looking at it that much has changed, to be honest, because they've made some subtle changes to keep everything symmetrical. It's not one of the soloists, as far as I'm aware, who was missing, so all the manoeuvres still look full and complete. So, out to our right-hand side, we have a glider trailer that has been opened, and an L-13 Blanik is being removed from it. And if you get a chance, Luke, while you're here, to wander over there and have a look close up, they are among the shiniest, best-kept aircraft in true Red Bull fashion. Not a spot on them, and they get cleaned very extensively between displays. And we have someone in the chat who's actually seen the Orliks on their transit flight over to Leszno from their base, and he confirms that there are 4 of them, or at least there were 4 at the point that they flew over him, so it sounded like it might be another 4-ship Orlik display. Now there's something that I'm intrigued about, and I hope you would join me in speculating and humour my speculation, because there is one particular manoeuvre in the Orlik display routine which is a 4-ship barrel roll, and of the 10 or so times that I've seen Team Orlik over the last 12 months, I haven't quite seen them nail that yet, so I'd like to keep a really close eye on that barrel roll and see if they can keep it together. It's about halfway through the show routine.
Flying the PZL 130, in fact, a domestic aircraft here for
It is,
for
yes.
Poland.
And not one that did very well in terms of sales. It was offered to various export customers, but the Polish Air Force turned out to be the only customer, and in fact the 4th Flying Training Wing is now its sole operator. They have 27 examples which have all been upgraded on various occasions. The latest round of upgrades began in 2011 and was completed in 2022, and that involved fitting out the entire fleet to what's known as TC2 standard, with new wings, a new canopy, new fuselage tail section and Garmin avionics. A crowd rear arrival then, catching us by surprise. They've also got a new engine, so they used to have a Walter 601, that's been replaced with a 750 shaft horsepower Pratt & Whitney PT6A 25C, the Pratt & Whitney PT6 being the go-to standard engine for turbo trainers. You'll find it in the PC9, the PC7, the KT1, PC21, I've got a feeling the Hercus might have a PT6 in, the Texan 2, it really is everywhere. The aircraft was designed to serve in the basic jet training role, very much like the PC9 or the Texan. Development began in the early 80s, but initially it was supposed to be powered by a Soviet Vendeniev M14 radial engine. The Polish Air Force wanted it to be replaced with a Polish-built radial engine, but the manufacturer, PZL Warszawa, was rather more interested in producing a turboprop version, and they built several prototypes with various different jet turbine power plants. After much back and forth, they settled on the Czech-built Walter M601T, although, as I mentioned already, they have now been replaced by more powerful and more reliable Pratt & Whitney PT6s.
No formal export customers of the aircraft. However, I will make mention I have seen one of these aircraft in civilian hands in the United States. Often dropping by to EAA AirVenture in Oshkosh.
I did not know one existed on the civil register. So going up into a loop now in a 4-ship box formation, and then after this loop I think we will see the infamous barrel roll. Let's cross our fingers for them. So up they go, and let's see, it's looking tidy so far. It's not perfect, but it's among the best I've seen.
A tad bit of curling. Did you notice the outboard, the wingman sort of curl inboard a bit?
But it is so tough to do a barrel roll in the wingman position, especially in a relatively low-powered aircraft. And Krila Oluja, the Croatian national team who fly PC9s that are a little more powerful than this, they fly their barrel rolls all more or less in line astern because they just don't have enough power to reliably put aircraft out in the outer wingman positions. Now, a corkscrew. Team Orlik displayed for the first time in 1998. They made their international debut the same year. That was at the Royal International Air Tattoo. The numbers have fluctuated over the years. They started out with 6 aircraft. That was a main formation of 5 plus a soloist. They then added a second soloist in the year 2000, and since then they've mostly flown as a 7-ship, but they have grown as large as 8 or 9 on occasion. Between 2018 and 2021, things did drop off a cliff a little bit. The all-team flew a reduced sequence with between 1 and 4 aircraft, and that was due to a fleet-wide upgrade program, which meant fewer aircraft were available for airshow use. And since then, they haven't ever quite made it back to full strength. They made it up to a 6-ship last year. They've dropped down to 5 for the majority of the 2024 season, although, of course, we are seeing 4 today, and it was 4 last weekend at Swedish as well. Team, as I mentioned, based as part of the 4th Flying Training Wing. The pilots are all full-time flight instructors, and they use regular line aircraft, which are also used for training duties. Now, in from the front for a bomb burst. We're going to see the 3 aircraft splitting away initially, and 1 more continuing towards us for a little longer. And this is where we might start to see some changes in the routine, because ordinarily there will be 2 soloists at this point performing some opposing manoeuvres, but we've just got the one today, so let's see what he does. Solo all-lit routine, and they do have a solo routine, is very nice. Some good negative G flying in there. Very seamless sequence, and we'll probably get a bit of a taste of that today, but of course integrating with the 3-ship formation as well, who are busy reforming out to our front, and they will be back with us fairly shortly, but I suspect we're going to get another 30 seconds or so of solo manoeuvres.
And quite snappy roll rate as well.
Yes, and that, I'm sure, will be helped by the new wing that has been put on these aircraft. Little wingtips as well, you might notice. Now, in from the front and about to intersect with the soloist, 3 aircraft up for a vertical break. So, back with the soloist next. Out to our right-hand side, who's about to arrive from the right 45, and this would normally be for a mirror formation turn, but with just 1 aircraft, I strongly suspect it will be a negative G outside turn. Rolling in there, and now pushing. And we'll stick with a soloist who will entertain us for the next 30 seconds to a minute, and I quite like the paint scheme on this aircraft, mostly grey, but I'm sure you've spotted the high visibility.
Very high fluorescent orange.
Yeah,
is quite nice. No special paint on these aircraft, to my understanding. These are fully
these are all
operational training aircraft.
And they've got no normal smoke system either. It's a detachable smoke pod.
Ah, okay.
Out to our left-hand side now, the main formation. And this is a new manoeuvre for the 2024 season, inspired by the Black Eagles, although I must say it's not quite as snappy as the Black Eagles version. So they perform a 360-degree turn with a formation change from box to a dispersed box, really kicking in a lot of rudder to make the change. It's a more gradual change here, but you'll see the formation spreading out, and they'll then come past us again in this dispersed Vic formation. You're a Black Eagles fan, I know.
Oh, absolutely.
Extraordinary.
Who isn't? And if you're not familiar with the Republic of Korea Air Force Black Eagles, they are a magnificent display team, and I would say arguably among the best, if not the best, in the world.
Yeah, I would very much agree with you.
Very cool to see some inspiration from the Black Eagles, even here in Poland with the Polish Air Force.
And that will have come about as a result of the Black Eagles World Tour in 2022. They had a stop in Poland. It wasn't a public event. It was a private show to celebrate the decision of the Polish Air Force to purchase the FA-50 Fighting Eagle as a partial replacement for the Sukhoi Su-27 and MiG-29 in Polish service. First of those aircraft arriving in Polish service just 1 year after the order was placed. They arrived in August 2023 and performed flypasts at the Radom Airshow last year.
Performance-wise, quite comparable to the PC-9 or perhaps the T6 Texan II, one of the same, if you will, from Pilatus. And, of course, a very snappy airplane. And as we see an Avalanche, I believe, completed there from the solo aircraft.
And now it will be very shortly what we call the rhombus. Not quite being performed with a full complement of aircraft because, of course, one of them is missing. But as the soloist comes round to our left, the main formation is to our right. The smoke has come on, and we will see a 3 versus 1 cross on the 45-degree line. The landing lights standing out brightly as the main formation comes towards us. Landing gear is down. And they will then perform a dirty pass. So a reverse of the formation change we saw earlier, the aircraft now getting closer together. Even with a naked eye, those orange wingtips really stand out. And as they clear to our left, the soloist in from the right. And this will be for a Cubanate. We've seen a lot of half Cubans today. Well, this is effectively a double Cuban. Around about 2/3 of a loop, half a roll, then pull back into level flight and do exactly the same thing in the opposite direction. So creating a horizontal figure eight
laying on its side. You know, this maneuver actually dates back to the mid-1930s. There was a gentleman named Lynn Povey. He was an American pilot. He was performing a flight demonstration at the Miami Air Races and pulled up into a loop, realized on top of that loop that he was too low to successfully pull out of it. So instead of making an unpleasant handshake with the ground, decided to perform a 5/8 loop like we've seen and roll upright 180 degrees, and did so twice, inscribing this very same figure 8 in the sky. And at the time he was training the Cuban Air Force, and the Cuban pilots were amazed. They'd never seen the maneuver before, and they asked him what it was called. And he just replied with quick wit, Ocho Cubano, and the name has stuck and continues to be named that here some 80 years later.
I find it interesting you're so specific, 5/8 of a loop. Is that the official definition?
It is the official definition as I know it, as a 5/8 loop, and then, of course, the 180-degree roll back upright.
I'm going to add that to my bank of airshow knowledge, thank you. Well, a hesitation roll now. Maybe not.
A couple of hesitations worked in.
Oh, you're right.
I think this is a rolling 4-point hesitation roll.
Oh, you're right.
270 degrees all the way around.
And now in from the front, the 3-ship pitching up. And they will shortly break into 2 sections. The smoke will come on and they will create in the sky for us a heart. And we'll keep tracking those 3 aircraft because they will now be turning to converge towards show centre in another new manoeuvre for Team Orlik's 2024 sequence. Ordinarily this would be a 2 versus 2 crossover. 2 versus 1 today.
The smoke is on, and of course you can see a great shot there of that smoke pod that you were referencing earlier.
Yes. So that smoke pod, it's the Sanders SCSG-5A. It's exactly the same system.
The same thing that perhaps we'll see on the Alpha Jets, or very similar.
I'm not sure if it's the same one we'll see on the Alpha Jets. It might be, but it's definitely the same system. that we will see on the SK.60 of the Swedish Air Force.
Very
and
good.
It's also used by the Midnight Hawks, it's used by Surya Kiran. It is particularly popular among teams like this that share their aircraft with operational training squadrons because it doesn't require any kind of modification. It just fits into a standard NATO
self-contained, self-powered.
Yep.
And I think there are two variations of that. There's the one that you referenced that we see with a lot of the aerobatic teams, and of course then there is a smoke winder variation of that that simulates sort of the same setup and payload capacity of an AIM-9 Sidewinder. We see those quite often on many of the F-16 performances.
Yeah. Yes, we have over the years seen that a lot. So a minimum radius turn, and then the next manoeuvre will be something quite interesting. And this is called the Blooming Rose. So, an intersection between the three-ship and the soloist. And this is the final manoeuvre of Team Orlik's 2024 display. They will split and then perform synchronised aileron rolls as they do so. So that concludes the display from Team Orlik, and I noticed Emma asked a question in the chat. Are we going to see the Swedes? Yes, we are. They are next. Although, having said that, I notice on closer inspection, Team Orlik have a 40-minute slot, so we might see a bit more from them. They might come back and practice some parts of their display again. I saw a practice show last year where they finished the show and then they came back and practiced that barrel roll about 10 more times. So we might see a bit more of the Orliks. The SK.60 is due at 19:57 local time.
We're about 33 minutes past the hour right now, so we still have a little bit of time prior to the SK.60, but I know, Adam, that's a big highlight for you as it is for me this
Absolutely.
weekend.
If I had to single out one display this weekend that I am looking forward to, I would have to single out that for two reasons. Number one, it is sublime. We've both seen it at Riyadh. It is just the most extraordinary aerial ballet. Number two, this is history. This is the last ever airshow appearance of a Swedish Air Force SK.60. More than that, it is the last ever airshow appearance of a military-operated SK.60. It will never happen again after this weekend. Yeah, so a bit of discussion in the chat about smoke systems, so should make a clear distinction between what we've just seen and the sort of smoke used by the Red Arrows. So what the Reds do is they have a pod on the underside of the aircraft. It's the same for a lot of the other jet teams like the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, and then they have piping from that pod up to the exhaust buckets, and they use that to pipe hot oil into the engine exhaust, and in the heat of the jet efflux that vaporizes. What we've just seen is a self-contained smoke pod, so it's similar kind of science, except it generates the heat internally. It doesn't pipe smoke oil up towards the engine exhaust.
So with a couple of the performances we've seen today with the wingtip smoke, those are typically, I mean, they're just pyro devices, fireworks, if you will, and typically we can send a charge to them electrically or whatnot and to deploy those, and that's typically how we do colored smoke. You talked earlier today, Adam, about centerline smoke, which is essentially that. We basically just dump oil, it's a paraffin-based biodegradable oil, but into the exhaust. It's there where it vaporizes and then creates that smoke trail for us to follow. The next step on that is adding color, and that's where things get sometimes difficult and very messy, but like the Red Arrows, of course, that the pod that they've got underneath the airplane also carries their smoke dyes.
Yes, and the Reds being quite unusual in being possibly the only team in the world that actually flies with three colours, because the others, like the Patrouille de France and the Frecce Tricolori, they fly with white and one colour. So the French will have either red or blue. So the Reds fly with all three.
And you've only got so many minutes attached to it
so
as well, right?
For the Reds, it's 5 minutes of white, 1 minute each of red and blue. So that makes the choreography of the display extremely complicated. And another challenge, it doesn't work with every aircraft. Coloured smoke on an afterburning jet doesn't tend to look very good because the dye tends to burn in the extreme heat of the efflux. There's a couple of teams that do it, but you'll notice they tend not to use their afterburner very liberally. So the Black Eagles, you don't see much afterburner during their show. Same with the Turkish Stars, and that's because if they do deploy the afterburner, they can burn that
It
dye.
pretty much it burns the dye, and even just the smoke oil straight without the dye will typically vaporize at a point where it won't volumetrically turn into smoke. It'll just sort of dissipate off. And if you ever get a chance to see the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels actually go on their takeoff roll, I know the Blue Angels actually keep their smoke on the whole time, but it doesn't appear that way. It's because the burner is effectively burning it off. So yeah, and it's a little more difficult to do colored smoke, of course, with piston-driven aircraft. My good buddy Nathan Hammond, who flies at de Havilland Super Chipmunk in the States, we've got another airshow friend who was gracious enough to send us some of that smoke oil with the pigment in it, and we were looking to try to create a red color. I think ultimately we finally got to pink. However, the barrel that we put this thing in was black, so it was pretty nasty stuff, and frankly, we ended up giving it to some RC jet operators and said, "Here, have fun." And we couldn't get red stains off of our hands.
Yeah,
for
you remind me
a
of
couple weeks.
You remind me of another story for an aerobatic team that I won't name, but a British aerobatic team that attempted using pink smoke, intentionally pink, not failed red, but pink smoke with their aircraft, and all they actually achieved was staining the entire aircraft bright pink, because another challenge of piston engine aircraft is the exhaust that the smoke comes out of tends to be quite far towards the front. So that smoke with the dye in it is running down the length of the fuselage. Now, I have had to clean aeroplanes before that have smoke systems, just white smoke systems using a compound like baby oil. And even then, every time the aircraft lands, it is slicked with this slippery, slimy gunk. Now, imagine if that was colourful as well, and imagine if it also stains the fuselage skin itself. It's horrible, horrible stuff. And the Chinese use a very interesting form of smoke as well. For their jet teams, they use coloured smoke. Again, very sparing use of afterburner, but a very different kind of smoke to what we see in the West, where it's almost sort of gelatinous in its viscosity. It's very odd.
Interesting. I know, for example, the Canadian Forces snowbirds will often just burn diesel instead. It doesn't create as much of a volumetric product as the typical bona fide smoke oil that we typically buy in drums and have for the shows. But yeah, that's sort of how it works. It's a fairly simplistic process, but it can be a very messy one. I remember going to Riyadh and seeing the Saudi Hawks parked there with all their Hawks, and they brought, I think, one of their own pieces of equipment to do all of the dyes.
Yes.
And they put down some tarps in their best efforts to keep things tidy and not stain RAF Fairford, but frankly, I noticed after they departed, I think whatever evening, that you could tell where the Saudi Hawks were parked based on the.
I'm glad you mentioned the
color.
Saudi Hawks. Glad you mentioned them, because I have just been corrected by Nathan in the chat, who quite rightly points out they use exactly the same smoke system as the Reds, so they'll produce 3 colours as well. So thank you, Nathan. You have put me in my place. So I have seen the Orliks are heading back to Cesena, so we won't be seeing any more of them. It looks like we have a bit of a gap now in the flying programme of probably around 15 minutes or so. So I wonder if we might be able to play some VTs. Andrew, can you give me a word in my ear if you're ready to play some VTs? 30 seconds. Okay, the VT that we shall play is all about the drones that we will be flying inside the aerobatic box tomorrow and the day after. We don't have them today because the drone pilots are off at Cesena Air Base, just by Poznan. They're filming the military assets operating on the ground, but they're going to be flying here, integrating with our live stream, and it is something that certainly is new to Planes TV. I don't think it's ever been done as part of an airshow live stream in Europe before, as we bring you aerial views from racing drones chasing down the aircraft during their displays. I should add, this is all being done very safely. It is the culmination of a roughly 7-year process that has included cooperating with multiple aviation regulators around the world, and it has now been done, albeit not as part of a live stream, by this team, the Aerosparx drones team, at dozens of air shows all around the world. But really looking forward to seeing that as part of our live broadcast, and I think it will give you views of a flying display that you have simply never seen before. It's exciting stuff.
It is, and I know that there's a little bit of that footage available in some of the teaser reels that you all have put out for this weekend from Leszno last year that looked quite remarkable.
So if we're ready for that drone VT, let's roll it and give you a bit of a taste of what is coming up, not today, but tomorrow. And a reminder, you will need to sign up to watch.planestv.com to see the live stream of the airshow proper. Use the code Leszno, you'll get 30% off. But let's take a look at what's coming up from the drones.
During our live broadcast from Antidotum Airshow Leszno, we'll be getting you closer to the action than ever before with live aerial filming from inside the displays. For 5 years, Antidotum Airshow has been working with Aerosparx drones, the leading airshow drone specialist. This was possible only after years of intense training with real manned aircraft, initially allowing Aerosparx drones to record ground movements and operate outside the aerobatic box, but later allowing them to fly inside the display area with suitably trained and qualified display pilots. In 2024, we'll be broadcasting those views live for the first time during our Friday and Saturday live streams. Here's a taster of the sort of thing you can expect.
please do excuse Luke and I as we take a short dinner break. It's a long day here. We've been setting up since 9 o'clock this morning, and we're going to be continuing to work in this place until probably about 9:30, maybe even 10 by the time we've packed up for the evening. So we're taking a short break to have some food, which is why you're not hearing anything from us. However, I did just want to introduce something that will give you a teaser of what's coming up in the night shows. I saw Gareth Ross asking what time is the dusk night flying each day. Well, the flying display is 3 p.m. till 11 p.m. The dusk bit starts when it gets dark. I couldn't tell you exactly when sunset is, but I've got a feeling it's about 9 o'clock. So we'll get 2 hours or so of night airshow action, much more than we would get in the UK, where you're only allowed to have about 10 minutes of twilight action before the legal limit kicks in. Luke is just showing me sunset 21:16, thank you. Okay, hope that answers your question. And here is a little look at what we can expect to see in the night show tomorrow. So we have, according to the timing sheet in front of me, 7 minutes to run until the start of that display. 6 minutes now until the start of that display by the Swedish Air Force SK.60, although we're keeping half an eye on the horizon just in case it arrives early. It has already departed Szczecin some time ago. And this, Luke, this is just going to be a real highlight of the show this weekend.
A little bit of some high layer of clouds tonight. We were talking about sunsets. We'll see how that sort of develops, but it has certainly cooled down a bit, and I think this will make for a quite nice display as we work our way into some lower light and lesser harsh light, I think, than we would typically be dealing with if we had clear skies tonight. But appreciate the chat feed as well, letting us know that the SK.60 is inbound. About a 5 to 10 minute flight, right, Adam, in terms of the transit time here?
Probably for an SK.60, closer to 10 minutes. But Szczecin is I would guess about 50 miles north of here. It's quite close to Poznan Airport, where us two landed yesterday, and it's a 50-minute drive down here, mostly all on motorway, so really not a bad commute if you're in a jet-powered aeroplane. Unfortunately, while some of the aircraft, the SK.60 included, probably could land here, the SK.60 was designed to be able to operate from austere strips, it's so often the regulatory approval that is the obstacle rather than the aircraft performance.
I know we've said it, Adam, but one of the standout performances at the International Air Tattoo Riyadh last year for me, particularly, was the SK.60, and I say that up against even the multitude of various and very pleasing F-16 displays that they had. Much less F-18 and all those other types of...
Yes. Well, actually, I went further than that, so I put a little list together on Twitter of my favourite... I did 19 shows last year, so I 19 favourite moments from the year, and I put that SK.60 display, I think, at number 3. I rated it that highly, and so did the Flying Control Committee at Riyadh. They awarded it the King Hussein Memorial Sword for the most polished and precise flying display. Thoroughly merited. So really looking forward to that, and I wonder what scheme we will get on this aircraft, because there are a few special schemes in circulation in the Swedish Air Force at the moment. That includes a couple of aircraft in the colours of Team 60, Sweden's defunct national aerobatic team, but also one in a 1930s era training scheme. I very much doubt it'll be that one that's used for the display, but quite possibly, I would say, the SK.60 schemed aircraft.
That would
be
the
Team 60.
The Team 60, yes.
Yes, a team that I never saw. Last season was in 2018. They came back, disbanded in 2008, and then came back for one season only in 2018. I would have loved to see that, because I have a soft spot for the SK.60. It's like what we were talking about earlier. I just love trainers.
Like the trainers, yes. I agree with you, and frankly, I like the trainers because I someday hope that I will make enough money I could buy one. I'll never be able to buy an F-16, so I've just completely removed that from my peripherals of trying to do such a thing. But as it pertains to even an SK-60, that'd be a cool airplane just to own as a civilian, but hey.
Some questions about the schedule over the weekend. Yes, we do have access to a schedule coming to us live from the Flying Display Director. There is an approximate schedule on the show's social media page should you want to see it. It gives a running order but not necessarily times. However, I would caution there are a couple of things that do not show up on that schedule because they are surprises, or they were surprises at the time the schedule was posted. That includes the helicopter tow, the remarkable helicopter tow that we saw earlier of the Bol 105 and the Acro glider. Then there are some other things which we won't mention, but that will include a couple of differences between the 2 days, special flypasts which may not be the same on each day, and maybe a couple of participants that haven't been formally announced yet, adding some further variety to what is already an extremely varied flying programme in which we are going to see almost every facet of aviation. We're going to see military aircraft, including helicopters, trainers, fast jets, transports. We're going to see general aviation aircraft, unlimited aerobatics, through to flex-wing microlights, paragliders, paramotors, gliders. We're going to see warbirds of the piston jet and rotary variety, formation teams flying gliders, jets,
and
piston
aircraft,
turboprops,
yes,
as well, and lighter than air as well, because there's going to be a hot air balloon launch about halfway through the show.
That's true. And not to forget Tim Phoenix, who are here as well with the skydivers.
Yeah. Yes. So we're 1 minute away from that SK-60 slot. I can't see it at the moment, but we are keeping an eye out. And this venerable aircraft has been in service for over 60 years now. It was designed in the 60s as a multi-role military and civilian aircraft, capable of various roles: training, ground attack, tactical reconnaissance, liaison, and even business as even work as a very light business jet as well in civilian hands. The Swedish Air Force selected it to replace the Vampire in both the training and light attack roles. They called it the SK-60. and part of the fleet remains in service today. The fleet was effectively in two streams. One of them was the combat version. They've all been retired. The other was the training version, and they've all been retired. Their aging turbomecha Obisque engines have been replaced by newly built Williams International FJ44s, which are more powerful, lighter, quieter and more efficient. Those aircraft not upgraded have been retired from Swedish service. In 2009, a second upgrade package was approved, which added a GPS system and replaced the metric cockpit instruments with imperial gauges. That improved commonality with the Saab Gripen, for which this aircraft trains pilots. And here it comes for its first pass, opening its practice display. And there's the smoke system we were talking about. Quite quiet aircraft compared to the Bielik.
Very quiet aircraft compared to the 346, most certainly. Coming through that 5/8 loop we were talking about, the half Cuban 8 maneuver. And of course the onset to G, back to level flight.
And this will be for an avalanche, so a loop with a roll on the top. Very slow roll rate at this low airspeed. Sweden will retire its SK.60s actually in the next week or so, and they're being replaced by the Grob 120 TP as an interim measure. The Swedish Air Force will very likely add a more advanced jet trainer like the Saab T7 Red Hawk or perhaps the Pilatus PC-21 at a later date. The only other Saab 105 operator, Austria, retired their last examples in 2020, and they are considering purchasing the M346 Master as a replacement. So we saw a slow roll earlier, but this, I suspect, will be an even slower roll. I don't think I've ever seen a roll slower than that before.
That is so incredibly challenging to do. And maintaining more or less level flight all the way through. Yeah. I didn't time that.
No.
Tomorrow and Sunday I might take a stopwatch to it just to see how long it takes.
I timed it at Riyadh and it gave a roll rate of 17 degrees per second.
Wow.
Now to put that in perspective, we've been seeing rolls of anything up to about 400 degrees per second today. Luckily, it's not quite the end of the line for the lovely SK.60 because upon retirement, 3 examples will reportedly be handed over to the Swedish Air Force Historic Flight, and they will join the single turbomecha engine example that is already in the flight's inventory. So we will be able to continue enjoying this delightful, characterful type at air shows on occasion.
One thing I love about this aircraft, Adam, for no good reason, just besides it looks good, is its singular rotating beacon at the bottom. Because with all the new airplanes that we see, they've all been outfitted with LEDs or something similar to that nature, and it's just kind of nice and nostalgic and charming just to see a good old-fashioned rotating light.
Yes. Now this is my favourite manoeuvre of the display. It's one of my favourite manoeuvres on the airshow circuit. So rare to see this performed by a jet, and I'm glad the other smoke pod has activated for a partial rolling circle. Rolling the aircraft continuously while transcribing a turn of around about 60 degrees. We see it sometimes from extra 300s. Not normally from a jet. That is exceptional, and we should mention the pilot who is providing this balletic performance. It is Captain Nils Sundström, known as Princess, who is now coming back towards us for an outside turn, so this time negative G all the way round rather than alternating between positive and negative G over the course of the turn. We'll see the aircraft rolling in now. holding it there and now pushing. It's just ballet, isn't it?
It is. It's not loud, but it doesn't need to be.
No, and that's one of the assets of this show. They've recognised that it's not just noise and power that makes things special. Sometimes it's moments like this, and no doubt accompanied by a live orchestra tomorrow. So a quarter clover to reposition back onto the A axis, and exiting this into a 360-degree turn. If you're not familiar with that phraseology, A-axis is the line from left to right in front of us, parallel with the crowd line. B-axis is perpendicular to that, coming straight into us. Do you call it something different in America, X and Y?
We don't. We actually refer to it as different categories. So we have what are known as Category 3 lines, which are 500 feet from the crowd. 2 lines, which are 1,000, and then we have the Category 1 line, which is the 1,500 feet. We can wave it down to 1,200. But it has to do with aircraft speed as they perform aerobatics. So it's more of a standoff distance piece. But we don't actually reference. We usually just say behind the crowd or 90 degrees or 45 or something like that. But it's always enjoyable to see displays that use all the different dimensions of the box. It certainly makes for a grand performance.
It's not only photogenic, but it's also efficient. It makes good use of the time. It cuts down these repositioning maneuvers because you don't need to do a great big dumbbell reposition through 270 degrees. You can just whip it round in a turn and then you're back on the 45.
Nice 4-point hesitation roll. I love the colors on the bottom of this airplane.
Yes, it is indeed the Team 60 liveried aircraft. They were predominantly in a standard training scheme, but with a starburst on the underside of the wings, and in some cases with yellow text on the top as well. So we're coming towards the end of the display now, and this, at an airfield-based show, would be the final manoeuvre, with the exception of the landing itself. We might get an extra bonus pass to say farewell here, but the gear is now down, and this will be for a dirty barrel roll, another stunningly graceful manoeuvre. Now that, to me, beats any afterburning fast jet. It just makes me happy.
Well, Adam, I think you're correct, foreshadowing the potential of at least one more pass here, with it being, in fact, a remote show for the SK.60.
Looks like it, and I would not be surprised if we see a wing rock, which has typified these final passes over the course of today. It is not a wing rock.
Inverted pass and a push. I continue to love the rotating beacon. It's the most simplest thing, but yet I love it.
Well, that looks to me like him done, because I suspect if he wasn't, he would be turning back towards us rather sooner than that. So we say, I suspect, farewell to the SK.60 and Niels Sundström, but what a lovely performance it was. Interesting as well, in the context of jet trainers, that it has a side-by-side seating configuration. Not all that common nowadays, much more so when this aeroplane was built, when there was the likes of the T-37, the Tutor, the
the CT-114,
the Jet Provost in the UK, the Kiran in India. Very common configuration back then, but we don't really see it anymore. And rather interesting thing about this aeroplane, there's a fair amount of space behind the pilot seat. In the standard military version, that is used, it's the space required for the ejection seat fittings, but in versions without ejection seats, you can put an extra 2 seats in the back and the
make it a 4-seat airplane.
Exactly,
Wow.
hence the ambition to make this an executive jet, and it followed in the lead of a Morin-Saulnier product, the Fleuret, which later became the Paris, which was not actually designed to be an executive jet, but found itself on the civil register being used as an executive jet around the same time that this aeroplane was being developed. And I would not be surprised if that provided some of the inspiration for the SK.60 being put on the civil market. Something I've just spotted off to our right-hand side, there's a hot air balloon lifting above
There
the
is
city.
a single hot air balloon out that direction. And it's my understanding, Adam, that hot air balloon flights are fairly popular here at this airfield and, of course, are a big part of the show as well.
Yeah, I think we're expecting to see somewhere in the region of a dozen. And in fact, there's at least 2 hot air balloons. And I can see a large shape moving along the horizon. It might be a flock of birds. I'm afraid we probably can't get a camera on this, so we're just talking about things you can't see. I do apologise about that. Or who knows? Might be a flock of birds. Might be an F-111. We'll see.
That's right. It might be the elusive B-1RD. Or the Navy version, the CGU-11. That's bad, I know.
We just had a wonderful exchange in my ear on the talkback system. The next thing on our schedule, it says PLF 447 arrival, to which someone asked, what's PLF 447? And someone else replied, it's a plane.
Excellent.
Well done, Sherlock.
I assume that is its tail code or some sort of call sign?
Or a call sign, perhaps, yes. I'm sure someone on the chat will be able to whip flight radar up and to find out exactly what it is. But it is an arrival that we are expecting in 6 minutes' time. And then that will be followed by a practice display by the Flying Bulls Alpha Jets, a pair of Alpha Jet A's, and they are making their Leszno debut, although not their Polish debut, because they performed actually at a similar time of day at the Radom Airshow last year. So we've just got eyes on that mystery arrival, and we are now working to get a camera on it as it arrives from our left-hand side. And I know exactly who that is. That is a Fournier RF4. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Grimstead has made it to Leszno at the end of his longest ever transit flight to an air show. This the culmination of 2 long days and no fewer than 5 individual flights, most of them conducted at sub 1,000 feet, because the transponder in his aeroplane is battery powered, doesn't last for the duration of the flight, and you need a transponder on to go much higher than that, particularly in the Netherlands. So he will be absolutely knackered, but I am so pleased to see the plucky little Fournier with all of its 39 horsepower landing on at Leszno, having arrived all the way from the UK, and one of the nicest chaps on the airshow circuit as well. I shall give him a wave as he taxis past us later, because that is a sight that warms the heart. And Bob will be doing something a bit special tomorrow as part of the night show, because he has recently fitted his aircraft with a pyro firing system. It has been used at a show once or twice, certainly at a private event in France last year, but I'm not actually certain that it's ever been seen in public before. So it's only the last 60 seconds or so of his show, but he goes into a couple of avalanches with pyrotechnic streaming off the wings. It's Roman candles firing forward, I am led to believe, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. It's a lovely display all round, even without the pyro, and that will be the first of our pyro acts tomorrow, setting the tone for what is to follow, with the likes of the 105 with its ridiculous stunt that Guy alluded to. We're not going to describe it in any detail, but the Bolt 105 is going to be carrying something at night, and there will be explosions everywhere, so that'll be good fun. And then the various other night shows as well. So it looks like Bob is now parking up beside the two L13 Blaniks of Team Blaniks, and the canopy is open, and he will be very, very pleased to stretch his legs, I am sure, after spending probably somewhere in the region of 15 hours in the air over the last 2 days.
At or below 1,000 feet, which typically is not pleasant. Usually it's a lot bumpier down at that altitude, and usually we try to climb up high to, find that layer where that altitude that we can ride out the bumps, and particularly as we get into summertime and get more of those thermals. So I'm sure he is very happy to be on the ground that's not moving.
No doubt. No doubt. I know he was a bit worried about this transit flight because it is the furthest he's ever taken this aircraft. He's been to Scandinavia once for a show out there. But actually his participation in this show came about when Michal, who runs this air show, he and I were at Paris Air Legend last year, and we were having a chat, and he was remarking that some of the Leszno regular pyro displays weren't available for the show this year, the likes of the French Bronco from, I'm going to attempt the name again, the Musée Européen. Yeah, can't do it.
Hey, that was pretty good. That was better than what I could probably pull off.
Musée Européen de l'Aviation de Chasse de Montélimar. Let's call that a success.
To all the French speakers out there, we apologize.
Yes, deeply sorry for the grave insult to your country. I tried. That's not available. There's a couple of others. Marek Sherman is Extra 330, not available. So we were talking about alternatives and remarking that there weren't very many. And as we were having that discussion, I just happened to be scrolling Facebook on my phone and saw a video of Bob training his new pyro routine, and I just pointed the phone at Michal and said, hey, what about this? Let's book that. And here we are, 10 months later, with Bob just parking up now, and
fantastic.
It's come to fruition. So, we are expecting next to see the two Alpha Jets, the Flying Bulls, which are holding out to our south somewhere. And we have eyes on, shortly to have cameras on. And this, an aircraft that was developed in the 60s when air forces in Europe became aware of a need to replace their ageing fleet of first-generation trainers, the likes of the Magister and the T-33 and Jet Provost, and more particularly to find a replacement that also had an effective light combat capability. France and the UK rose to the challenge, but over the course of the design process, new requirements kept being added: supersonic flight, reconnaissance, and even tactical nuclear strike, and the result was the Jaguar, an excellent aircraft, but one that was totally impractical for the training role. So while the UK turned to British Aerospace for the Hawk to fulfil the original brief, France established a new partnership, this time with West Germany. We have another very significant arrival though, Colin Hales in his KR2, and that is quite a sight because this is the KR2 that you may have seen on the news about 5-6 years ago in a lot of pieces on a fairway in Japan, and Colin also in a lot of pieces with his back broken in 3 places. He is the engineer for Rich Goodwin with the Jet Pits, also a remarkable pilot in his own right. He's flown that little KR2 all the way from the UK to Australia. He then attempted a round the world flight, but got as far as Japan before having that unfortunate incident. Very active in the airshow world, engineer for Rich Goodwin, also engineer for the Aerosparx display team. He's working on a Dakota restoration project at Coventry, Night Fright. He is here in the supporting role, and great to see that KR2 recently returned to the air, and still, I believe, with some of its World Tour decals and stickers all over it. Colin joked he could take part in the flying display, but he could only do straight and level passes. More than straight and level passes, though, from these Alpha Jets. So when France did team up with West Germany, Germany applied several conditions of their own. Rather than building a single type of aircraft operated both in the training and combat roles, they instead insisted on constructing 2 related types. They said it must have 2 engines. That was because of their poor experiences with the F-104 Starfighter, and thus the Alpha Jet came into being. The 2 types being the Alpha Jet E, an unarmed trainer used primarily by France, and the leaner, meaner Alpha Jet A, a pure combat aircraft mainly used by Germany. It is 2 ex-German Air Force Alpha Jet A's that we see here today. You can tell the difference because they have that sleek, pointy nose. And this, a bit like the Saab, it's just effortlessly graceful, isn't it? Big wing overs, big loops, big rolls, lovely smoke. So we just saw a loop on the A-axis, now a loop on the 45-degree line in towards us. And as the aircraft is flying towards us, you'll be able to see quite an interesting design feature. Look at the angle of the wings, and you'll notice that both the wings and the horizontal stabilizers are canted downwards. That's called anhedral. Aerodynamically, that produces an aircraft that is highly unstable in the roll axis. If you have dihedral, wings that slope upwards, like on a Boeing 787, they tend to be very stable. But those with anhedral are inherently unstable, and that produces a faster roll rate, which is particularly desirable in a training jet, where you want to mimic the performance of a fast fighter, but at a much lower airspeed. There's another benefit, though, as the Alpha Jet was also used in the close air support and light attack missions, often flying low to terrain and exposed to portable handheld threats on the ground, and that very fast roll rate is the last line of defence in initiating a rapid change of direction. And the Alpha Jet, an aircraft that you have in civilian hands in the States.
Yes, many of these aircraft are in civilian hands, of which are a couple of private air forces, if you will, that use them as for various military contracts.
Yes,
and
good
such.
point.
And,
Top Aces, for example.
Top Aces would be one of those. Yes, I think they're based out of Canada, in fact. And there's a gentleman out of Boise, Idaho, Mark Peterson, in fact, operates one of these Alpha Jets and performs on the airshow circuit.
Yes, I'm yet to see that display. I'm sure I will see it later this year, but to all intents and purposes, it looks like a very nice one. That formation, solid, locked in. But all the Flying Bulls displays are of such an immensely high quality, and we are privileged to be able to enjoy several others in the airshow proper tomorrow, and that will include their AH-1F Cobra and their Bolko Bo 105 fully aerobatic display. The Bolko will have a bit of a special flypast lined up for us as well, or 3 flypasts in fact, with another aircraft in Red Bull colours. More information about that tomorrow. Well, that's not quite the team's full display sequence. There are, on the sequence card, a couple of passes left, although it does look like they are leaving our airspace and departing off to the north, so perhaps they have decided that that is sufficient for a practice and that they will head for home.
It's my understanding, Adam, that Red Bull has quite a few of those Alpha Jets, more than the 2 that we see today, in fact. I think I've only seen them from afar as a 2-ship display. But
yes, they only display as a 2-ship. You're right. I think they either do have more or did have more. I don't know how many of them are kept in a flying condition. The number in my head is 4, but don't quote me on that. Of course, the fleet as a whole is enormous.
Oh, absolutely.
Based up with Hangar 7
Hangar
collection
7,
in
yes.
Salzburg. Some of the fleet at another air show this weekend. Leszno regulars, the P-38, the B-25, but they are actually in the UK at the moment, doing a bit of a British tour. We had their DC-6 in Britain a few weeks ago, flown by Raymond Reidman, who is the master of flying displays and vintage warbirds, and his speciality in heavy vintage warbirds is to do a sort of on-crowd approach on the 45-degree line at very low level and then pull up into a steep climb and turn that into a wing over to pull away from the crowd. And actually at one of the shows I was at a couple of weeks ago, he was so low on the approach that he was below the height of the trees and popped out from behind the trees already in a 20-degree climb.
Yeah, pretty impressive in a vintage 4-engine airliner, that's for sure.
It's painted up like a sort of slightly vintage Red Bull energy drinks can as well. It really sparkles in the sunset. It suits it. So, questions in the chat about the F-16. It is a standard painted jet, although the standard paint of the Polish Air Force is reasonably attractive. It will have conformal fuel tanks, which do have a slight performance penalty, but they also look awesome. And I think, maybe not today, but at some points over the next few days, we will be seeing the twin-seat version, an F-16D, rather than the usual single-seater. That is a very intentional choice, and it's for flares.
Yes, more flares on the family model.
Yeah.
And, of course, adding to the ambiance and the atmosphere that very much is this air show here in Leszno.
So we don't know if we're going to get any flares today. I believe the number that's lodged in my head is 180 flares is the capacity of the twin-seater. They don't always use them for practice flights. They did last year, so we can cross our fingers.
We haven't seen any flares yet today.
No, but
formally,
we'll see a lot tomorrow.
Certainly tomorrow and Saturday for the formal show day.
What a backdrop, says Brian Smith. Yes, it's not bad, is it? And it will only get better. Little bit of cloud around, making the sky slightly milky, but the sunset here is one of the things that sets this show apart. And last year for the Friday show, I think was the best sunset I've ever seen for an air show, and it was helped by the fact that Team Blanix flew. They do a formation landing with smoke on. The smoke continues to burn for a little while on the wingtips, and then it collected under an inversion layer, so you were looking out across this sunset, but everything below the height of the top of the trees was shrouded in this sort of pinkish layer of smoke. Really quite surreal. And then over the top of that you had a Super Puma belting around in this DHL yellow coloured sky, dumping several hundred flares and flying so close.
Yeah.
If you've seen the Super Puma before, it doesn't compare to seeing the Super Puma in Leszno. It just feels like it's on top of you. So F-16 coming up next. We're not expecting it for a little over 10 minutes. But that won't be the end of our flying activity for today. The tail end of the schedule has been changing as we've been looking at it, but as it stands at the moment, after Tiger Demo Team, we are expecting that we might see a rehearsal of Bushcat Demo Team. That's one of our pyro acts for tomorrow, although flying in daylight without pyro to get their bearings today. And then a pair of PZL-18 Dramadas. Those are agricultural and water bombing aircraft. The display that we will see tonight, the rehearsal, is part of a coordinated show involving ground elements, which again I will leave as a surprise. So we will just see the aerial element of that display and probably without any water drops. Tomorrow it will be a little bit different and I suspect rather entertaining and amusing.
Even though it is a rehearsal day, Adam, there's quite a few people here on among the showgrounds joining us.
And what I would say is, if you want to come to Leszno, and why wouldn't you, get the spotter pass, because the spotter pass will entitle you to access to the airfield for this training session. I think it also entitles spotters to early access tomorrow as well. And and there are no fewer than 3 spotter zones around the showground. There's one at show centre, there's one out to the left-hand side where the crowd line is angled at 90 degrees, and it's quite common to see aircraft come belting round in a very steep bank angle. And then there is a 3rd spotter zone out underneath the aerobatic box in front of us, which would be a pretty unusual place to be standing. We're seeing some landing lights out to our right. There's nothing on the schedule, but presumably this will be an arrival of some kind. Who will be the first to identify the aircraft, I wonder? I should explain, you probably know already at home because you've got flight radar and you have got a live camera view.
Higher resolution than our
higher
eyeballs.
resolution, that's a good way of putting it, but I'm going to throw my hat in the ring and say that's the Breezer.
It appears to be that way. Another PZL M28. And a bit of a sporty pitch out there. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, we saw the Breezer. I'm not quite sure what it was doing earlier on. We got a lot of touch and goes, and I don't know if that was some kind of a display act that's been added in at the very, very, very last minute, or if perhaps, and I know Leszno has been used for this at times, if it is a regular aircraft on a regular training mission that needs to do some touch and goes somewhere, and has just decided, why not here? Crossing the sun there.
Yeah, great silhouette shot there.
The amount of thought and effort that goes into planning the timing of the flying display in relation to the sun is quite incredible, and I remember sitting in on a conversation a couple of years ago when the Super Puma was coming here, and the conversation went into such a high level of detail as to calculate the angle of the sun relative to the crowd at certain times of day, and the angle of the aircraft relative to the crowd on the basis of their minimum height and minimum separation distance, and then scheduling aircraft such that they were due to fly exactly at the time of day when they would be intersecting the sun on every single pass.
I don't know of a single other air show that has ever gone to that extreme. And that's a good thing. I mean, that's incredible. And we were talking about this too, Adam, as we were setting up this morning and we walked onto the site yesterday, is the fact that really all of the decisions here in terms of placement of various food stalls and portable restrooms and even fencing and the entire environment all is executed with just good logic.
Yeah.
And it all just seems to really make sense, and it makes for a really nice atmosphere.
Yeah. It is. I'll go on record and say it. This is my favourite air show to visit in the world.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that you've been able to come over here for the first time.
I'm thrilled, and there's so much today that I've seen so far that I haven't seen in the past, and only seen online from afar, and really enjoyed seeing him in person. And of course, this is a good primer day for tomorrow and Saturday.
Yeah.
So obviously, for everybody watching, be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so to Plains TV and get your subscription there so you can watch the full program without the long gaps and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
As today's very much a relaxed rehearsal day.
Tomorrow will be a tight schedule. I mean, I've seen the schedule. We're talking 30-second gaps between acts. I've never seen any air show elsewhere that is run quite so tight. Everything is back to back to back to back to back. And of course, the other huge advantage of tomorrow as compared to today, there will be flares, there will be pyro. That will not just be pyro coming from the aircraft, but also pyro coming from the ground, all integrated into a seamless spectacle. Very much looking forward to it. So as Luke says, do head over to watch.planestv.com and subscribe. We do have a discount code active. The code is Leszno, and that will get you 30% off your first 3 months. We hope you'll stick around for the full 3 months and longer, because as part of your subscription you'll also get access to our upcoming live streams, which will include the Royal International Air Tattoo and the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show, plus some more that I don't think we're quite in a position to talk about yet. And also the 30-year archive of programmes going all the way back to 1989, in fact. Over 100 titles and something like 200, 300 hours of programmes on there, and we are adding more as time goes by, because there's another 200 or so programmes that are sitting on tapes in an office somewhere that was slowly in the process of digitizing. The most recent one to go up is D-Day Airshow 1994, which is a compilation of all the D-Day themed performances and flypasts from the 1994 airshow season, which marked the 50th anniversary of D-Day, and we thought that was an apt programme to make available in this of all months. The sun has now dipped below the clouds, and I'm starting to think, hey, we might get a sunset here.
We very well might. Getting a lot more sunlight here as time continues, and we're continuing to count down the time still for the arrival of the F-16 Fighting Falcon of the Tiger demo team of the Polish Air Force.
Yeah, expecting that in 5 minutes' time according to the clock in front of us, but as we saw with Bob Grimstad's arrival in the SK.60 practice, some things can start a little bit early. Angus mentioned something in the chat as well, by the way, which I think is worth mentioning. We are just shy of 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I mean we are just shy by a couple of hundred. So if you can help us make it over that milestone over the course of this stream, we would be enormously grateful. Jordan saying, has the F-16 flown yet? No, we are expecting that any minute now. Well, our view is slightly obscured at the moment by probably a smoke system of some kind on the stage behind us, which is blowing across our camera position and commentary point. But you can see on the screen now one of the two M18 Dromadas, which will be among the next aircraft to rehearse after the F-16. It is worth probably warning everyone that the F-16 will be arriving in an unconventional manner, and it may surprise us because I believe the plan is that, much like the C-130, it will arrive from in front of us with a low fast pass at 200 feet and over 300 knots, full afterburner as it passes over the crowd. But there is also a chance that it might do that from behind us, in which case it will make us jump.
It will, and everyone on the stream will certainly know as well, with just the loud noises of F-16 going by. I will make mention as well for those joining us is that because today is very much a rehearsal day, a practice for many of our participating air crews, we don't have front-of-house commentary here, so we are very much more or less commentating as it happens, and as that information is, if passed to us,
yes.
We share along with all of you. So we
do have a sheet in front of us which is being updated live by the flying display director, which is giving us the timings. But of course, if something does change dynamically, his priority is to implement those changes operationally, not to update our timesheet. So we don't know quite what's going on some of the time, and also because it's a practice day, sometimes we're caught by surprise with people doing slightly non-standard routines as well. They're not necessarily sticking to the sequence cards that we have been given. Now, I must confess, I'm a wimp. I've just put some earplugs in.
Well, my hearing's gone enough as it is at this point, so I figure why not just continue down the road of jet noise directly to the ears. But no, good on you, and this will be a very loud display. It'll be the first of our true afterburning performances of the day.
I'm having a mental blank. What's the other?
I think that mental blank is accurate because I think that's the only afterburning display that we have in the schedule.
I'm going to check the list. Yes, I believe it is just the one.
that's accurate, yeah.
Yep. Just the one, although this is a show that has always been reticent to have more than, let's say, two, because it's all about the variety here. This isn't REACT. It's not about having fast jet after fast jet after fast jet. It was half a century ago this year that the F-16 took to the air for the first time, that first flight occurring unexpectedly during a high-speed taxi test on the 20th of January 1974, and the aircraft began to bounce uncontrollably as it sped down the runway, and there was little choice but to slip the surly bonds of Earth. It was seen as some by proof that the F-16's revolutionary fly-by-wire control system wasn't fit for purpose, but the following year the F-16 would silence its critics with a spellbinding display at the Paris Air Show. And we are about to see, I hope, a similarly spellbinding display today in what is fast becoming some fantastic flying conditions. The F-16 will go on to become the most produced fourth-generation fighter in the world. And while those early A and B models are now being phased out, at least here in Europe, newer variants are still in production, and this is a jet that we will continue to enjoy at air shows for many years to come. Today's display comes from Major Maciej Krakowian, call sign Slab, from the Tiger demo team based just up the road in Cieszyn, also known as the 31st Tactical Air Base on the outskirts of Poznan. And he is arguably the most experienced and exciting Tiger demo team pilot yet. It's not quite on the same level in terms of manoeuvrability as the Danish and Belgian examples that we've seen at shows in recent years. That is thanks to the conformal fuel tanks, which are fitted permanently to this aircraft. They do carry a small performance penalty, but nonetheless a very entertaining show indeed. And operational benefits as well. Extra fuel capacity, a 40% increase in range, and only 12% the amount of drag that centerline tanks would induce. Plus, of course, they don't affect the maximum load factor. Still 9G in an aircraft with CFTs, whereas an aircraft with external fuel
tanks are restricted to a lower G.
Yeah, I've got 7G in my head.
And, of course, the F-16 Fighting Falcon celebrating its 50th anniversary this year.
Yes, indeed. And we look forward to seeing Tiger Demo Team again later this year at the Royal International Air Tattoo, where it will be joined by one of the oldest F-16s still in operation today, the Danish Air Force's specially painted Danebrog Mark II jet. And that will probably be the final air show appearance of a Danish F-16 at Riyadh, as the type is shortly due to be retired, probably within the next few months, and that is to support the transition to the F-16, both the armed forces of Ukraine and also Argentina. So just to explain the slightly strange visual effect that you'll be noticing at the moment, there is unfortunately a fog machine positioned just behind us, which they seem to be testing at the moment.
It works.
It definitely works.
Can we give them a thumbs up, let them know that it works, and then...
no, they might interpret it as a thumbs up, keep going.
Continue, please provide more fog. So apologies for that. I have a sneaking suspicion, Adam, that this F-16 is just going to come roaring over top of the crowd. We're right in front of this large stage setup, and for those of you who are unfamiliar with the evening show here at Leszno, there's a full orchestra here from the Polish Air Force Band that'll be playing live, that'll accompany many of the evening performances. And unfortunately, where we are situated right behind it, we don't have very good visibility behind us. So we're continuing to count down that time. We're actually a couple of minutes past its display slot.
Yes,
so
although I do notice it's a 15-minute slot for a 12-minute display, so there is still time, and I think there's also a bit of slippage time in the flying display at the moment, because there's probably at least half an hour, maybe even an hour of relatively light conditions left, and not an awful lot that needs to fly in that time. Messi says he once read that the fly-by-wire on the F-16 limits it to 9G, but the airframe is capable of much higher. Yes, that's
I have
common.
read the same, and I have heard the airframe itself, I believe, is rated to 17G, if I recall correctly.
And we see the same without the fly-by-wire influence in pretty much every high-G aircraft. They all have a large safety tolerance, and the limit is imposed to preserve that tolerance and also to preserve the safety of the pilot, because often the airframe can take more G than the pilot. The extra 330 SC is rated to 10G, but the airframe really can take something like 25.
25 rated, yeah. I think the MXS is another one of those aircraft that the technology in the composite materials for aircraft like the Extra or the MXS, the technology has become so incredibly great that at this point you'll break yourself before you break the airplane.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to pilot stamina and skill, if you will, to stay conscious under pressure and know when and when not to accelerate the G.
And the other challenge of modern jets is that the onset of G is so fast nowadays. You can go from 1G to 9G in less than a second. You cannot replicate that in a centrifuge.
Right.
A question from Emma, who says, are you covering the Royal International Air Tattoo on YouTube? We are covering arrivals and departures on YouTube, but for the air show itself you'll have to be on watch.planestv.com, and thank you to Jack Rolls for joining that service. You'll be able to watch the air show tomorrow, but also the air tattoo itself.
Speaking of G's, the F-16 and 9G airframe has a 30-degree reclined seat that enables the pilot to withstand those high G forces under pressure, and of course a demonstration of high speed. Here's the F-16 Fighting Falcon. Well, that was quite loud.
Yes, I nearly said a bad word.
Don't do that. Running in now from the left, just about 100 feet above the ground. And, of course, you can see the navigation lights going. The burner is on.
Poland came to acquire the F-16 in the early 2000s. The country badly needed to modernise its Soviet-era air force, and a very aggressive three-way competition ensued, pitting the F-16 against the Gripen and the Mirage 2000. The F-16 not only offered impressive operational capability, but it also won on the basis of political and economic considerations. Operates a total of 48. They are known as the Jastrob in Polish service, which translates as the Hawk. They equipped 3 squadrons, and they were delivered between 2006 and 2008. At the time of their delivery, they were the most advanced F-16s in NATO, fitted with the latest available avionics at that time. And we are getting some flares. The aircraft spiralling up and now about to spiral down again with more flares. I think it's actually slightly behind us. Ian, the primary camera operator, down on his knees to try and keep this in frame.
I think we have found the structural limit of the tripod with Ian on camera
spiraling
1 here.
Down now. The aircraft fitted with the APG-68 pulse Doppler radar, ALQ-211 electronic warfare suite, Goodrich DB-110 airborne reconnaissance system, Sniper ER targeting pod, and a helmet-mounted queuing system. Capabilities were further improved by a major $380 million upgrade program agreed last year, which includes improvements to the jet's electronic warfare capabilities and numerous software updates. The engine is a General Electric's F100-229, producing a little over 29,000 pounds of thrust, and we have felt every single one of those pounds of thrust today.
A very aggressive display, even made so more dramatic with this setting sunset that we have in front of us.
Yeah. And a different display routine to last year. Slab's now in his 2nd year as display pilot. He's decided to up the ante a little bit, deviate a little from the previous structure, which was very much based on the US Air Force Viper demo team. Knife edge pass. No. Not a knife edge pass, a hesitation roll.
Hesitation roll. It includes a knife edge pass, so you weren't wrong, but just for a short period of time.
I'm coming to the conclusion that the sequence card must be last year's.
I believe so. And yeah, you make that mention with it being previously a demonstration from the U.S. Air Force, because it's my understanding that the Polish Air Force were trained by the Greeks in order to, who were previously trained by the Americans in this type of performance. So many flares, I love it.
This is just one of the great airshow venues, and when you see this aircraft with those flares and that sky, it's a bit special. Lovely on-crowd rolls, creating almost a spiral of flares. And it looks to me like we are now seeing the aircraft decelerate into a high alpha, low speed pass. This will be followed by a muscle climb, so another very good demonstration of the power of this aeroplane. And watch out for the flares during the muscle climb. This isn't just a display that you see and hear. This is what you feel.
You feel. Here's a high-speed pass.
I like Tiger Demo Team. I've never seen it quite this high intensity.
It is aggressive. It is in your face. A lot of burner, and if he's in burner, he's in stage 5, right? So it's been a remarkable display in the use of flares. I loved the kind of the more mass flare dump there after the high alpha and the muscle climb.
And I suspect that what we're about to see is a dedication pass. It could be from either side, because sometimes he likes to loop back round behind us. So sort of scanning in both directions. And I think this might be crowd rear, in fact. Here he comes. Catching us by surprise there. Well done to the camera crew. We're working so hard on a display like this. It's not easy, especially not when we don't have any visibility behind us, so we couldn't see where he was going to come from just then. And the smoke machine doing its best to disrupt proceedings as well.
It is.
Well, that I think may well have been the final manoeuvre of Tiger Demo Team, but I enjoyed that a lot. It's not often that I physically jump at an air show, but that first pass, even though I knew it was coming.
We were watching out in the distance, right? And
Yeah.
it's a speck on the horizon. But he was getting closer and closer, and then you started seeing the blue flame out the back from the burner. And I tell you, I think he passed over top of the crowd here, probably at or sub 500 AGL today. So
Yes.
it was quite spectacular. AGL standing for above ground level, by the way.
So, Bushcat demo team is now on the runway. And I would speculate that what we're seeing here is the aircraft.
This is quite a juxtaposition to the F-16, of
Yes.
course. And to quote, the great Monty Python, now time for something totally different, because
Yes.
this is certainly an airplane that, would also be a lot of fun to fly. And it's lower, it's slower, but my understanding, Adam, and it has a horn.
Yes, yes. Now, if you were building a kit-built aeroplane, what would strike you as a logical thing to include? Would a horn from a freight train strike you as a logical thing to include?
I live in the United States of America in rural Indiana. The answer is yes. I love it. It just adds to the spirit of what this airplane is.
So I think what we're going to see here is a sort of recce flight, because this display tomorrow will take place in full darkness and with an awful lot of fireworks coming off the wingtips. We're not going to see any fireworks tonight, apart from anything else. It's still light, but also it's a practice, there's no need. So this will probably just be sort of scoping out the venue, doing some figures of eights. It's a non-aerobatic show, so it's gently flying in figures of eights and flypasts and orbits, with the pyro doing all of the work. So in these conditions at this time, it's not going to make for the most exciting spectacle, but I'm going to enjoy watching any aircraft in front of this sunset. Doesn't really matter how much it does. The aeroplane, by the way, is a South African designed one. It's a Rainbow Skyreach Bushcat, and it was designed and built by Dominic Motola, who is at the controls of it today. Features a two-seat side-by-side cockpit, a high strut-braced wing and a fabric-covered aluminium tube fuselage. A variety of Rotax engines options are available, typically ranging from 80 to 100 horsepower, and for a non-aerobatic aircraft with an empty weight of just 320 kilograms, that is quite enough. Keeping it nice and low there, and passing over one of the Dramadas as it taxis out. Looking quite imposing with all the
It is.
smoke and the landing lights on. A few dozen of these Bushcats have been built, but this one, which was only completed in the last couple of years, is regarded in the Bushcat community as one of the finest examples thereof. Something I've just remembered, we were talking about F-16s at Riyadh, and I mentioned the Danish will be joining Tiger demo team. Solo Turk, of course, as well, which had slipped my mind temporarily, but that's going to be an interesting one to watch. Anyway, back to the Bushcat, and we'll probably see what will look like a very gentle series of orbits and turns, but when there is pyro firing and when it is dark, this becomes much more of a spectacle, and it's one of around a dozen or so pyrotechnic acts that we're expecting to see tomorrow.
A lot of focus on the after dark aerial entertainment for here at Leszno.
It's refreshing for me coming from Britain. So we have a rule in the UK, we cannot have nighttime air shows. We have air shows that kind of fake being a night show, but the rule is the flying must stop 30 minutes after sunset, and usually 30 minutes after sunset the sky is still quite light. You've got a window of maybe 10 minutes where you can kind of fudge things.
Sure.
But it's still a lesser spectacle, and you can only have one act, maybe two.
Right,
so
in that period of time.
Yeah, so being able to push into full darkness and keep going for another hour and a half is a bit of a novelty.
I would even say that rivals many night air shows, even in America as well, in terms of duration.
It's a bit quieter than the F-16A.
Yes, indeed.
And if anyone is looking close up at the aircraft on some of these passes, it might look like it's on fire. I promise it's not. So
just a couple of lazy circles around, but but otherwise visually quite nice with the ongoing sunset here.
Yeah. So some of these passes, you'll notice smoke being illuminated by a light facing back into it, and it looks quite alarming if you're not sure what you're looking at. You have a similar thing with Aeroshell, or Titans as they've now been rebranded to in the States.
We do, with all of the smoke oil out there just sort of lingering, and you work our way into this type of day, into the evening here, and usually the winds die down. It makes it a lot more conducive for nighttime performances. I'm thinking more like paramotors, right, like the Flying Dragons team.
Yeah.
And typically they prefer the lower wind speeds and the calmer air, and we can see that sort of displayed visually out in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, look
I mean,
at
this is sort of hanging.
This is what I was talking about with the inversion layer and smoke getting trapped. You
Right.
can see it now on camera too, the wide-angle camera. It looks weird, but amazing. There's the air horn.
I hope you all can hear that. It's just comical, but I love it.
It's not a noise that an aeroplane should be making.
No, not at all.
Mind you, the same can be said for Rich Goodwin's jet pits.
That's true. I guess it makes it quite nice to fly over your friend's house or something and just say hello and just go honk honk. Because otherwise, I don't think you would hear this airplane as it goes overhead.
I tell you what,
the Rotax engine's not very loud.
airports and airfields that suffer from noise complaints don't need this guy.
Yeah. I think the people complaining about noise who've decided to live by an airport are now going to complain that they've installed a railroad track with the train horn on the Bushcat here.
Another lovely
nice
B-axis maneuver. So attractive.
Beautiful. This is the period of time as a GA pilot that I prefer to fly, right? And we were talking about the smoother air, and it just makes for a nice sort of romantic time.
And it's just a lovely time of day to be out watching an air show as well. It's cool, the wind has died down, the sun isn't so strong and not having to put sun cream on every 20 minutes, and that translates into the general ambience. It becomes less so staring into the sky, shielding your eyes, and more garden party with flying going on. But that's not to demean the flying, because it's thoroughly absorbing. But if you're going to go out and wander around the crowd at this time of day, at this show, it is just such a relaxed, cheerful, happy place. I've never seen such a relaxed, cheerful, happy air show crowd. And that's not to say that it isn't busy. It is incredibly busy. It's one of the densest air show crowds that you see anywhere. 25 to 30,000 people a day in this relatively modest showground, but it doesn't feel too crowded because the mood is so nice.
It makes a big difference.
And of course, that is a reason why you, with your own show, have chosen to adopt a similar timing strategy.
Yes, and having the chance to be here joining you all with Plains TV, and of course just getting to experience the Leszno show for myself is validation on those same thoughts, right? And we've taken a lot of inspiration for our show in Topeka, Kansas later in October, featuring the Thunderbirds, in doing a very similar format where we're going to focus more on evening shows. We're going to try to fly the Thunderbirds as late as we can inside their operating procedures, right? And go into just some nice, classy sunset displays. We'll fly military as late as we legally can, given the regulations and such, and then go into fireworks and make for just a nice, great evening.
So there goes the Dromada. And while they take off from the near runway, the Bushcat will land on the far runway. There's actually 3 runways here at Leszno. There's another one that starts out on the other side of the field and comes back in towards us. They don't typically use it during the show itself, save for one act. For the Fly to Live paraglider team, who we haven't seen today, we'll see them tomorrow as part of the night show. They are spellbinding. It's an act that only lasts about 2.5 minutes, but it is a joy to watch. And they launch by winch on the cross runway, coming more or less towards the crowd, a little bit canted off to the left-hand side, and then they will climb to 1,000 feet or so, activate these great big trails of smoke canisters that hang below their feet and gently spiral down, completely unpowered.